321 teams battled it out this year on the Rift, delivering incredible performances, poignant moments, and a pentakill or two. Now, a single series separates us from crowning our next Kings of College League, and I am more than happy to be here for the occasion. My name's LaTigris. I am joined by the triumphant return of TJ, and I was told that Zeus would be joining us, but I guess I'll settle for Laura rolling on through. Really great to have you here, though. Yeah, just
I've graced you with my presence again.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've been graced by Lorem's presence here on the desk. And TJ, we haven't seen you since the first day of the round of 8. And I think it's fair to say we've had a lot of action since then.
Yeah, it's been a minute. There's been a lot of good games. I'm excited to see what the two teams bring forward today.
Speaking of those two teams, as we said, we have whittled it down to our finalists that will be facing off in a best of 5 series today. So as we get into that, for anyone that may have missed the action so far in the CLOL season, Lauren, what can you tell us about the play style of these two teams?
So starting with Maryville, they're kind of like an all-around team. There's no person in specific that they play around. They've gotten wins through Chippies, they've gotten wins through Evan, through Auto Orange, Spyrox. All of them fulfilled the role on their team that they need to, and that's what makes them such a good team, is that they're very adaptable to the situation at hand. They're not a one-trick pony team where if you focus one side of them that they're just going to fall apart. At any time and any moment of the game, they can swap up their playstyles to focus on one of their carries and make sure that they have success in the game. And that's what I really, really like about Maryville, is that you never know where the carry is going to come from.
This is a team that, as we heard from Niles on the first day, or yesterday rather, when he was here for the semifinals, none of these players are the same as the last time we saw them kind of on the championship side. Yet despite that, they all carry that weight and are putting forth these kind of championship level performances that they will definitely be trying to bring to the table today, TJ.
Yeah, Maryville has a really, really good showing. And on the other side, in terms of Winthrop, I think it's super important to highlight that they also have a lot of carry members. Well, they do have a star player in Doxa. That doesn't mean that their other members aren't contributing factors. So I think that this series today will be decided pretty much around the mid lane. As you can see, a highlight reel from Doxa going on right now. He has had a lot of standout performances, but that is off of the back of their other members. So Sir Kenji has very high mid proximity. Hybrid's willing to play to help out around mid lane, and of course Phosphorus with, again, very high mid proximity. So that'll be the big contrast today, is will Maryville adapt to that play style and play around the mid lane, or will they focus their efforts elsewhere?
So much fire being ready to be brought by the Winthrop side, and that was a real banger of a series last night that we had, going the complete distance for them to earn their spot in this final. Being that we are down to the final 10 players we will be seeing taking to the Rift before we have our official champions crowned, let's spend some time digging a little deeper into the players themselves, starting with the top lane matchup. We've got Hybrids on one side, the counterpart on the other is Chippies, and Alorem, interestingly enough, some of Chippies' player friends have actually described him as somewhat of a Chad in the lane.
Chad in the top lane might be correct here. If we just take a look at the stats here, he's got almost 300 damage per minute over Hybrids, and he's got a whopping 2,000 gold at 15 minutes differential between Hybrids. And it's not even like that Maryville just focused the top lane. He's doing this almost purely 1v1, which speaks measures about how good he is in lane just on an individual talent level. I'd say if I had to pick a lane where I'd say the biggest differential is in the game, it's going to be the top lane. Hybrids usually plays for his team, while Chippies is kind of more of a selfish player and plays for himself and his own advantages.
Outside of just gameplay, he does bring a wealth of experience, having played on the international stage and playing professional in Australia for quite a long time. So it'll be interesting to see what the differences are between these two laners and how they both contribute to the games.
And Hybrids is one of those players that also has a keen eye onto Maryville University, having spent some time under the red banner himself, alongside some other teammates of his that we'll dig into deeper in a few moments. But we do want to also make sure that we touch on a very integral matchup for the series. It's got to come from the jungle. We were lucky enough to hear both from Phosphorus and the Odd Orange in interviews after their series, and they have been extremely dominant players for their teams.
Yeah, if you haven't heard both of the interviews, you should go check them out. They had some very interesting things to say. These players are pretty similar. By that, I mean they're both willing to play carries. They both love playing aggressive, but they don't mind taking a back seat if needed. So yesterday we saw Odd Orange Plata Sejuani. We know that Frost Force can play things like Nocturne, Jarvan. Even a Nunu might come out. So it'll be exciting to see where the differences lie on these two, especially with such a heavy focus on the mid lane for the series.
Yeah, and a big thing about these players is that while they both do pick kind of these carry junglers, the role of the jungle right now in the meta is you can pick a carry jungle, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a very big individually focused role. You have to play around the top laners or any of your laners rather to get those kind of advantages. So jungle diff usually comes from the lane diff in this meta right now.
And so many of the supportive players, whether from the support position or the jungle position, have been so key to their team. When we're looking at the potential carries, though, that will be carrying that damage into later portions of the game, we got to look towards that bot lane. Evan RL does have quite a challenge. He is facing off against Saskio, who, if he ends up winning today, could be putting a remarkable mark for his historic legacy thus far, TJ.
I want to hit on Evan RL first here. I think he's a very interesting player in that he's willing to play the mages. He'll play the sack champions like Senna, like Varus, and be more of a like supportive role. I imagine they'll both end up farming a little bit. But like you were saying on the flip side, Saskio, this player is so good. He duos with himself. He plays Yuumi with his feet. He, like you said, will be a 3-time CLOL champion if he wins today across multiple teams, multiple roles. And as you can see here, they both will probably end up farming quite a bit and allowing their supports to make most of the plays.
We did see the Senna compositions come out. We saw a lot of that supportive style from them, still servicing their teams in the best way they see possible. But interestingly enough, when it comes to the bot lane, we have actually marked the supports as the stars in a lot of these scenarios. Both Sirkenji and Shady have been really making their presence known on the Rift.
100%. Shady had a very standout performance on Thresh earlier this tournament. He is a leader. He did play professionally with Phoenix One, and I'm sure he's looking to take a step forward and see what he can put his name out for again. As you can see on the screen now, he even had a couple solo kills playing a lot of the Senna Tahm Kench. Overall, Shady's been a pivotal part of Maryville with very, very key shot calling according to his teammates and a very level head. So here we're looking for big playmaking supports. So stuff like Thresh, stuff like Nautilus, and even though his support proximity might be a little bit higher than Sirkenji's, his roams have been really, really, really high impact throughout the course of the entire tournament.
And so
a lot of this.
I think,
go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, when I think of Sirkenji on the opposite side of the matchup, I'm never thinking of the 2v2 in the lane. I'm not thinking, wow, this guy's going to be so lane dominant. He has an extremely low proximity with his duo. So once Sirkenji hits that level 3, he's saying, bye-bye, Saskio. I'm heading straight to the mid lane to give my boy Doxa some support and give him the kills. So when it comes to these two support players, they actually fulfill a really similar role on the team, and where they want to go outside of their own lane to make plays around the top lane, make plays with their mid lane, or make plays in the enemy jungle. And the question is, who's going to do it first and who's going to do it better? Because the nuance around this is around what timers they have on the wave on bot lane and when they want to go back, when they want to go toward other lanes. So it'll be interesting to see how both of the teams do this play style and which one of them will come out on top.
They both did have such dominant performances. And I mean, whether it's Sirkenji making sure to have those initiation plays, or Shady bringing in that professional experience from times past into his performances here, we will be looking towards what they decide to do in game, because we mentioned a lot about the mid lane, the supports bringing that power to the mid lane as well. And Doxa and Spyrax both really seem to be standing head and shoulders above the competition.
Right, and so Spyrax is brand new to the collegiate scene, which is really great because he's had such a good showing. And what I really like about him in specific is that his champion pool, I see, fits the meta almost perfectly right now. He's very into the AD assassins. He's got games on Yone, he's got games on Renekton. In the past, he's favored Tristana and Jace. He's played Akali. So when you play a lot of these physical damage champions, aside from the Akali, of course, it works really well with your jungler, because the meta of junglers right now are mostly AP champions. You've got Rumble, you've got Diana, you've got Nidalee, Lilia, you've got Morgana. All these champions are AP, so if you want the damage spread, Spyrax has almost the perfect champion pool to make sure that your comp has a good mix of physical and magic damage.
So much versatility coming from that mid lane position on a lot of these teams. And TJ Doxa, a lot of his versatility, not just coming from how he plays, but the fact that he's getting experience from his amateur position on TSM and really showing out here in college as well.
Right, so Doxa is playing for TSM Amateur, and as you can see, he does have pop-off performances. We can see a Tristana clip, next we'll see Lucian. He is probably going to be put in the carry seat for his team for this series, so I'm very excited to see the types of champions that he will pull out. He had a great Akali play. We know he can play the likes of Orianna and all the other mages if needed, but for this series, I'm expecting mostly pop-off type champions, and it'll be interesting to see the battle between them, especially when we consider, as Lauren was mentioning, how the support roam timers work out, as well as with the jungle proximity.
As that battle will be taking place soon enough, I do want to get your official predictions before we head into that championship match. Alorum between the reigning champions in Maryville University and Winthrop opposing on the opposite side. Who is taking home the crown today?
I'm going to go with Maryville. I think the Chippies Odd Orange duo queue in the top lane, top and jungle is just going to be too much for Frost Forest and hybrids. I've got to give it to Maryville.
Thinking the power is going to come from the top side from Alorum. TJ, where do you predict the victory to go, and in what fashion do you think that's going to go down?
I think I'm going to have to second Alorum with a 3-1 or 3-2 victory. Maryville did look a little bit shaky. Winthrop also looked a little bit shaky. So, you know, if a game goes one way or the other, it might just snowball completely. I do think that Chippies will probably be a key influential member to carry their team to victory. And so I'll have to go there. I would really love to see Winthrop win, you know, dethrone the Kings and put Saskio in such a great position. But I do think it's going to be Maryville.
If Winthrop does manage to come through with the win, though, considering we have seen these series go the distance and some upsets happen, TJ, what do you think is the key win condition for them to be able to thwart the power that is behind Maryville?
So we've been highlighting Doxa, and he does play quite well. I think it'll be mostly on the jungle and support duo of Sertenji and Frost Forest, because they will be the ones that propel Doxa to be able to make the good plays. Any good main laner can't really do it on their own. It usually does end up having to do with how well the support and jungle are able to.
And there you
support
go.
in jungle and the rest of them going to make the plays in this series. We are ready to get one step closer towards crowning those next champions. And the voices that you will be hearing through it all are Kangas and Raz. Let's bring us into the next chapter of CLOL history. Gentlemen.
Thank you, LaTigress. Welcome, everyone, as we are preparing for the grand finals of the 2021 League of Legends College Championship. King of the North in Maryville University looking to defend their crown against the challengers, Titans of the Southern Conference in Winthrop University. I'll be your play-by-play for the day. Kangas joined by the always lovable Raz, a.k.a. new on Twitter, Raz LCS, I saw. Congratulations on getting that title. Raz, how you feeling today?
Rest in peace, LaPlasm. I'm feeling good. I mean, like, being able to catch the college championships. Both these teams, we've seen them for a very long time. They've been competitive throughout the amateur circuit. And then when we saw, well, I saw, you know, they were in top 16. I was like, okay, well, we know where this is going. You know, they're just stacked with talent. And so while it's unsurprising to see them here today, I am actually genuinely interested in who's going to be taking it. I know a lot of people have their chips in favor of Maryville, but Winthrop has looked damn good coming up until this point. You know, people talk about Doxa, but he didn't win MVP of the previous series. It was Frost Forest, their jungler, who I thought played phenomenally in all of their wins. And I remember when Odd Orange was having his interview, literally pinpointed Frost Forest specifically as a standout jungler as well. So something that, you know, we're here today. It's time to find out who's the champion.
The thing that makes this so hard to tell for me, Raz, is the story of 2021 for both of these teams. Maryville, historically the top collegiate team. They've won twice. This would be their third time taking the championship, setting them as the only program to ever do so. But Winthrop, throughout the year, has been competing in amateur tournaments alongside Maryville and has actually scored more Proving Ground Circuit points going into the Proving Ground season. So these are definitively the top two collegiate programs. I don't think that we could have asked for a better grand finals here, not just because of how good these teams are, but the stories. This would be 3 wins for Maryville, but the last 2 that they got, they had Saskio. Guess what team he's on this time around, Raz? He's actually over on Winthrop's side. So who's going to win it? Is it going to be the team getting the 3-peat or the player?
Somebody has a bit of information on the inner workings of Maryville. I'm just saying. I know there are a lot of players out there that have a lot of players that's worked in the college scene that's been through Maryville at some point, Saskio being one of them. And he's been a damn good player in his own right. So this is going to be a fun one. It's going to be Winthrop, of course, being on the blue side and Maryville being on red side. Let's get the games going.
Let's roll it, Raz. I cannot wait to get into game number 1. Bans already. Gangplank taken off the table. This is a very common ban from Winthrop Eagles side. They do not like playing against us. And Chippy hasn't been Gangplank as well, so no surprise there. But the answer is Maryville Rumble and the Senna coming in.
That's the thing. That was my expectation coming into today's game, is that like the most common pick for Chippies has been the GP and Gnar. So with the GP being gone on the wayside, Gnar's now like the first pick that Maryville can go for Chippies. When I say first pick, I'm more so just being like blind pick, more specifically. Meanwhile, Winthrop, their bot lane's been very specific. They've gone Nautilus in the past 5 games. All 5
Every
games.
game against
Exactly. And it's been in 7 of their previous games. So Nautilus is almost guaranteed that if Sir Kenji can get his hands on it, he will pick it. So that's going to be something to look out for. The Thresh is going to be banned. It's been a constant ban throughout international events, and it's been a highlight pick, a highlight reel throughout this tournament.
Interesting that Maryville would ban that, though, when you were already mentioning the Nautilus priority coming in from the Winthrop Eagles. Maybe they're prioritizing that more, but they are on blue side. They get that first pick lock in, so we'll get their answer of what they think is the highest priority. And one champion's made it through the ban phase, Raz, that has shown how strong she can be in the right hands. It's locked in. We get a Gwen game 1.
Incredibly flexible. We've seen this champion in 3 positions: jungle, mid, top lane. I've liked the adaptation we've seen from Maryville going up against it. If I remember, during the round of 16, we've seen Olaf and specifically a really an Akali as well. So like specifically those 2 champions, if you can trap it in lane, I think that's nice. But then, if it goes into the jungle, I have not seen as much of that. So I want to see what we get out of Gwen.
Yeah, I believe we only saw 1 Gwen jungle, which Winthrop pulled out against Harrisburg in game 1. Didn't have them for the win, but we'll see if they're able to pull it off this time around. Still flexible, though. We do see Maryville locking in the Kaisa and the Morgana as follow-ups. Pretty standard right there. Winthrop, though, answering with a Varus of their own.
But it's always interesting to see like how Morgana fits in the comp. I know the world's got to see a lot of Morgana internationally once again. Either Morgana with a Jinx, so you're going straight front to back, or the empowerment of the Kaisa to just dive straight through and know that she's safe in doing that. So that's a lot of faith in Evan RL when team fights happen, that he has that sight. So that's going to be the Nautilus being put through from Winthrop. We've seen that time and time again. It's just working so well. For Maryville's side, though, I think you go towards a Leona. I honestly want to see more of an engaged front towards the bottom lane. Just because, or you can go Braum, but I think Leona works. If you go Braum, Morgana in your composition, then that's really tough to start a fight. You don't want to have those as a duo unless if you have utmost faith that you can like have a good setup around an objective and they walk into you. Great pick from Shady. He's been an amazing support all tournament long.
I can help you out there, Raz. It ain't Braum, it's the Leona, the first one that you predicted right there. It makes a lot of sense. I like the Nautilus pick from the Winthrop Eagles because we've seen Sir Kenji played a lot, and it pairs incredibly well with the Kaisa. But so does Leona. She also has a lot of setup, a lot of non-committal engage options, so Maryville's composition looking very strong. I'm liking both of these comps. I feel like both these teams are showing us meta, which is something that we haven't seen throughout all of the rounds of 32, 16, even the top 8. Teams are still playing a lot of Comfort. We've seen that these 2 teams can play Comfort and the meta, and I love that. But let's catch up on the rest of the bans here. Akali taken off the table from the side of Winthrop. Victor taken off the table from the side of Maryville. So focus on mid players.
Yeah, I like the Akali ban. That does give us a tip of the hat that that's going to be a Gwen mid lane, or just a lane in general. You can put Akali in top lane. And I think the Akali matchup versus Gwen is actually quite good. So the Syndra ban is an interesting one. Maybe they think it's going to be hybrids picking up that pick. Either way, those are safe control mages being banned out from Maryville's side.
To me, this says that they want to go for a mid lane counter pick, right? They want to grab something, or save something here so that
Yeah.
there's no safe mid laners for Winthrop to lock in, right? They could lock in their top lane, assuming Gwen might be going up there. But again, Winthrop, they are willing to play that into the jungle. So Maryville have to make a decision right now. Which solo lane do they show? Do they want to give the counter pick to Chippies or to Spyrex? Because giving Docs a counter pick, that's pretty dangerous.
There it is, and that's the
Renekton to
Renekton.
lock in, though.
It's a great flex, and I think it's going to follow wherever the Gwen goes. And I think there's a really smart drafting decision coming in from the coaches of Maryville and Zoo and Thomas. So I really want to see it. I have not seen a team go up against Winthrop and have that much faith in their mid lane matchup that they just put it all in, chips on the table. And if you're Maryville, you do that because Spyrex has been such a standout performer. So this is already a banger of a draft in game 1.
Yeah, I like that pick a lot here, but it does mean that pressure's on Spyrex. If that becomes the Gwen v Renekton mid matchup, that's the dangerous proposition there, but they do at least still have the Morgana Renekton lockdown combo, right? That is a lot of CC plus mix of AP and AD, but Udyr's the lock-in for Winthrop, so that will be a solo lane Gwen, but will it go top lane or will it go mid lane? They also were hovering the Gnar, which would signal that it would be Gwen mid, but let's see if they actually commit to it.
I think it's safest to go Gwen top here, just because the trap is being laid by Maryville, and it's going to be a Scion top lane. So it's going to be Gwen mid. The trap from Maryville to put the Gwen into the Renekton lane, I think, is going to be the go-to. There it is. That should be a Gnar lock into the top side, and it should be a very strong 2v2 from Maryville in the mid lane. Renekton and Morgana versus the Udyr and Gwen. It's a very tough way for Winthrop to play the game. I think they should want to play towards their bot lane instead.
They do have a very strong bot lane to play around, Varus and Nautilus, and I mean, that is Dasco in the bot lane. We highlighted him as a player. He's won collegiate twice. Yes, he was a top laner. He role swapped to bot lane, but the last 2 times Maryville won was with this player on their team. So if Winthrop want to put their resources, their priority into him in the bot lane, I think that's a great strategy. But the final lock-in for Maryville, they lock in the Camille, so some split pushing pressure now.
I like that. Another win condition. Why not, right? Especially if the opposing side has gone straight towards Scion. They're going to be in a team fight heavy focus. They have triple front line with Nautilus, Udyr, and the Scion. And now Maryville, while they can team fight, they do have angles. Man, that split push focus now that you have from Camille on side lane, I think is another chip that you have ready for you if things go awry or if things are beautiful. Like, if the game's just that easy, just let Chippies off on the side lane. So I'm really loving what I'm seeing from Maryville's draft.
This is echoing what Joshi, my co-caster from the round of 8, said. Threat overload compositions. That's kind of what he calls these ones, where you have multiple threats that you can try and carry through. Sometimes the risk is, if nobody gets ahead, you don't really have anybody to be a frontline. You don't really have anybody to, play through at that point. But they have options in the early game for this Morgana to play around. But the concern I have is it's a lot of AD, right? You got Camille, you got Renekton, you got the Kai'Sa. Yes, the Camille can do some of that true damage, though, which is nice. But Scion, Nautilus, Udyr, those are all champions that can stack up that armor. So Morgana's going to have to be putting in some work this game.
Yeah, that is fair. In the end, though, one thing to make note of is, if the game goes out of control, if Winthrop starts getting an advantage, the tanky stats will mean a lot. Morgana does still pack a punch, goes towards Leandri's early, so that's something to always kind of be aware of. It's not the typical Morgana that a lot of people will see in the support position, so that's always something to be aware of. But we're in the game.
Yeah,
Winthrop
let's go,
versus
Raz.
Maryville.
This is it. Game number 1 of the Grand Finals. Winthrop University looked dominant in their Southern Conference. They got the Saskio buff. He's won 2 collegiate championships already. Can he make it a third versus Maryville University, looking for their 3rd championship as a collegiate program? Again, I could not have asked for a better Grand Finals. Early in the game, we just see the battle lines drawn, some early wards dropped, and sweepers picked up here. So Raz, I'm just going to ask you straight up, man, where are you predicting the early action to happen? We've broken down the teams, we've broken down how they want to play out, but let's look at the junglers now and think about their pathing. Where are we expecting them to put their early priority?
So I would expect the Morgana to want to path towards the top side and give Chippies the hover and the focus so he can kind of push in and get his wave in so he doesn't get ganked. Because that is a strong ganking power from Udyr or Scion in general, so you don't want to leave her out in the open there. Frost Forest, though, as we said, play towards your bot lane. Bot lane is the one that will get you your advantage. Nautilus, even though in that specific matchup, Leonish would be fine, the Varus is the one that's ultra powerful here in the matchup. So that's what I'm expecting.
Doxa aggressively trading onto Spyrax. No
Yeah.
surprise right there. This is what we wanted from the mid lanes. Just lots of blood. A little miscue there from Sir Kenji. These players are feeling each other out in the early stages of this game. I like to see that. But echoing your point, Saskia, Sir Kenji, it seems like they're trying to shove this wave in, try and get an early level 2 against Evan RL and Shady. Actually, they go for another engage right now. Good trades, just aggressively chunking out Evan RL and Shady, getting the better of that. And look at where Frost Force is pathing. We could see a play bot side once he arrives.
Exactly. And it might, in the end of the day, Udyr just want to focus on his folk player and look to get the Scuttle Crab. If there are more hooks like that from Sir Kenji, then maybe we get a dive. That's very possible. But Sir Kenji, that hook was insane. You know, straight through the minion wave, just on the tip. He's been playing a lot of Nautilus, so you can tell that he's that aware. He kind of caught Saskia off guard. But this is the type of game we're looking for. You know, the interesting thing about this from Maryville's side is, yeah, mid lane is a focus. You know, Gwen is such a powerhouse in terms of her laning. Doran's Blade makes a lot of sense because her auto attacks empowered from her E is just that good. And then when you get those auto attacks that you can stack on the minion wave, QE. And, you know, you can just straight up chip the enemy mid laner here. So Spyrax is going to have it be a little bit difficult to deal with. But remember, oh, wow, you even seen Sir Kenji come here early.
Yeah, this is
the desk was on point.
Was highlighting. Yeah, he would get out of lane as fast as he can, and he actually stopped the back of Spyrax right there. He's still back, and I think was he actually trying to back?
He was. This is actually pretty rough.
Wow.
This is a really rough situation because the wave is pushing into Doxa. It's been frozen on Spyrax. Spyrax needs help here, and he doesn't have teleport. Remember, he's going for the kill threat with Ignite, and Doxa's just going to sit here with Frost Forest.
Although Auto Orange is nearby as well, so if Doxy gets too aggressive, Auto Orange is going for the gank first. Frost Force is backing them up, though. Spyrax jumped in, so he doesn't have that much mobility left. Will get out just fine, though.
He's just going to keep the lane state here. This is doomed for Spyrax really early on. Keeping the 3 minions steady. Right now, all Doxa wants to know is if Renekton is basing so he can match the base at the same time. This is a perfect situation for Doxa. If Doxa ever sees the Renekton, he's actually going to stick around. Remember, he has the teleport here. He has TP advantage, so he doesn't actually have to do anything until the Renekton shows his face. So really good laning phase from Winthrop.
And the early back from Spyrax only nets him that Ruby Crystal plus the control wards and a couple pots. So it's not like, oh, Spyrax gets a really big back and now Dox is going to be in danger of dying from an all-in. I mean, he is half health, so maybe it would happen. And Auto Orange is here too, so do they actually commit for this? I like where Dox is positioned, though, up on the top half of the map where his jungler is, meaning that Auto Orange will not find an angle.
Yeah, I think Auto Orange is going to look for the Raptor camp if he has the timing right here. But also,
they do go for it.
At the end, he's just helping.
Yeah.
He's just helping get the wave pushed in so it can be, you know, actually cut the freeze. So good situation there. It's a little bit of greed from Doxa wanting to stay in lane as much as possible, but here we are.
Bot lane engage coming in from Shady, but well played by Sir Kenji, throwing out that hook so he gets Aftershock as well and cancel Shady's ability to Q stun him immediately. He walks away. Yeah, Raz, this is just both of these teams looking for these little plays, looking for these little opportunities to find that first blood, that big momentum swing into the game. But Doxa finally backs, teleports back to lane. Now this is a purchase. The Bramble Vest picked up on the Gwen first item.
He is looking for lane dominance, says, all right, come at me with the Yasuo emote. This is a fun game. And this is what we expect from our finalists for the Collegiate Championship. Winthrop going up against Maryville. And the ace in their hole is Spyrax versus Doxa. I didn't think it was going to happen this early on in the game, but you know what? Why not? I love it.
The wave is pushing back into Spyrax, so he will be able to catch this. I'm happy that the observers are highlighting this mid lane so much, because this feels like where everything is going to be decided. Another engage on the bottom half. Actually, Evan Earl taking a decent chunk, but Saskia just gets bursted down in response. That is summoner spells used. Jungle gank coming in on the bottom half, though, as Frost Force will catch out Evan Orel. He has the flash. Shady tries to engage back in onto Saskia. First blood picked up by Saskia, though, and they'll follow up with another. 2 over to Winthrop.
Huge. Leona wanted to see if she can at least get a trade off there, but Saskia gets his cube back off cooldown. 2 kills from Winthrop incredibly early. What a strong start.
That is not what Maryville wanted in that situation. They were trying to just trade out aggressively, chunk down Saskio, not realizing that Frost Force was in the neighborhood. Let's get another look. Yeah, you see Frost Force pathing down right away.
Yeah, I mean, this was just a great angle. No wards to catch Frost Force, and his pathing towards this lane. It was made it easy. Shady tried to see something here because at the end of the day, they're both going to die. Flash was still up from Frost Force, so he thought maybe he can get a trade-off. Both died now. The wave is going to be pushing away from EvanRL and Shady since they got the chance to bounce it. So it's going to be tough. It was already starting tough early on in this game for Saskio and Sir Kenji getting an early advantage, and it's only going to get stronger.
And this is where you were highlighting that you wanted Winthrop to put their attention, right, Rez? Saying, hey, okay, Doxa is getting counterpicked mid. He's doing fine in that counterpick, by the way. But still, presumably you wouldn't be able to play through that as well against a Morgana Renekton combo. So putting that priority bottom half, it pays off for them. Saskio got one of those kills. And also Frost Force got the other. So Udyr getting a little bit further ahead of his jungle opponent. Also just in the clear speed. Odd Orange kind of falling behind. 2 levels down on Frost Force. Now Shady's really far forward. I don't think that you can do this. You do have numbers advantage, but now Sir Kenji has joined in. And look at the level differential right now. Again, Frost Force level 7. Yeah, they just catch out EvanRL. No summoner spells. Another kill to Winthrop.
Nice pick. They found out far too late that they didn't know where Saskio was. Even if they had the numbers advantage at that point, he was going to be there immediately to even it up. And they had the HP advantage, so Winthrop challenges them and gets the early dragon.
This is a fantastic start for Winthrop University. Already up 2,000 gold against Maryville University, the reigning champions. I know we didn't get to see a 2020 champion crowned, but they are the defending champs from 2019 and also looked like favorites in 2020 regardless. So Winthrop, a lot of people, all the analysts were saying, hey, this is a Maryville favored series, but Winthrop making a statement early on into this game with a gold lead, dragon advantage, but can they keep it going? Because Maryville, they do still have this multi-threat composition, and Chippies has been just farming away in the top lane.
Yeah, so they have options, which is great. Like I said coming out of the draft, is that if they're in an advantage, if this team is rolling early, then man, you really can't beat them on any angle. Win conditions from Winthrop would be dwindling. But from Maryville, the fact that they are losing at this early portion of the game, now that you got to put the eggs in Chippy's basket, he has an early advantage in matchup. Wow!
Ooh,
Steals
steal
it.
away. I don't think Odd Orange will actually get it, so that will be a wasted Herald, unless he wants to flash and give up his life.
He gonna do it.
There's no way. Yeah, there's
He's
no way.
gonna
But
do it.
still, they take it away from Winthrop. That's actually pretty good. Now they make the play here on the Frost Force. Oh, is he the play just barely out of range? Maybe Odd Orange can chase this down. Teleport coming in here from Hybrids. Winthrop looking to turn the play right now. Maryville might have bit off more than they can chew here. Unstoppable onslaught. They cash out Shady. Support's out of the picture. Odd Orange has to flash the wall to get away, but EvanRL still with no summoner spells. Still just a level 680 carry. And Winthrop looking to abuse that fact. Trying to dive onto EvanRL. They might have enough damage. He's so close to turret, but not close enough. Doxa picks up a second kill of the game.
Working as a squad in Odd Orange, you're next, buddy.
Oh, no. Yeah, he used the Black Shield to dodge the depth charge, but there's just too many members of Winthrop here. This is a 6-0 start. You cannot ask for more than this.
When the desk said Sir Kenji leaves lane early, I didn't expect to this degree. Like, he is the team so far. And he's been doing a great job solidifying an advantage for Doxa. Being there when they want to challenge Rift Herald. All of these things are working out.
Oh, they're looking for more. No, Saskio way too far forward, trying to shove in this lane. Teleport available for Chippies. This will be a free kill. This is kill over onto Chippy's side. Winthrop stay a little bit too long, get a little too greedy, and Maryville will actually capitalize on that.
So there's hope. Chippies is your savior if you're a Maryville fan out there, because that was a good call. They see Saskio and Sir Kenji overextending, trying to take turret plates. TP is still available from the Camille, but taking a look at this great steal from Odd Orange. It was just really them wanting to net the actual benefit of it. Get the treasures. I mean, you ended up stealing it. You want to be able to get the Rift Herald. So they go for the fight. TP comes in, and they realize they're at a numbers disadvantage there. So Odd Orange knows he has flash. He can flash out of the pit. The rest of the members, you guys are doomed.
Unfortunate to say the least. EvanRL standing right next to the teleporting Scion also. I think at that point, even I get that you're the Kai'Sa, you're a little short range, but
yep.
Need to pay respectfully to all these diving champions that will try and get onto you. And then, yeah, we see the rest of this one. Well done from Winthrop University to find these kinds of plays back to back to back in the early game.
Yeah, cuts off Orange's exit even when he had flash. So it's one of those games where Maryville needs to recognize that even with that steal, great, you still can't take a fight. If you're taking a fight, you're doing it as a full squad because Winthrop is going to be there. And unfortunately, they have the better team fight comp. So take a look at this. 3 members ready to defend the minion wave. So Evan RL doesn't lose the entire wave off this one. Winthrop is so damn bloodthirsty.
Yeah, they sent 4 members down here. That was 4. Spyrex was also hanging around in the mid lane just in case they went for the dive. That's the kind of play that Maryville have to focus on right now. Very defensive. They don't have a lot of proactive options right now based on where the gold currently lies, because you see a lot of that gold onto Doxa, getting close to finishing that mythic item already on top of the Bramble Vest being completed. Add you. So he's up in CS, he's up in kills. This is looking like exactly how Winthrop like to play their games. Sir Kenji and Frost Force roam around the map, fight with Doxa, get Doxa kills, let Doxa carry.
Man, this game is looking like they have not seen Morgana, but I don't think she has an angle here, especially with Udyr and the Gwen kind of roaming, always in the river. So they don't really have vision. Now they see them.
Spyrex gets back under turret. I thought maybe you'd have to use flash or something like that if Frost Force gets aggressive, but good on him to stay safe. You're talking about that Morgana. Here's the engage coming in from the side of Maryville. They do not lock Saskio down, but they still have Odd Orange nearby. That's a lot of traded damage. Ooh. Wow, that chunk onto Evan RL. Yeah, he's going to have to back off. Maryville cannot continue this trade.
Yeah, Hybrids is ulting straight to the fight, coming into the play so they can solidify the second dragon for the team. Let's see which soul this turns into. You know, they're crossing their fingers, hoping that it's not a cloud, but this is looking like a 20-minute soul point. It's going to be cloud, but regardless, Winthrop has a firm advantage, and they're in a potentially a 20-minute soul point area where Chippies now has to start being involved in these fights.
I liked the initial play right there from Maryville, looking for that kind of pick. You say, hey, they're a little split. Maybe if we get a kill, we can actually take the dragon, but really well done from Winthrop to just avoid that, right? Saskio uses the flash to get away from the ult. Sir Kenji's taking the front line, and then Frost Force shows up. And like you said, Raz, that nets that second dragon over to the side of Winthrop. They, whether they're being proactive and looking for the plays or reactive and kind of absorbing the blows from Maryville, they're winning out on both sides of that. And that's exactly what you want to see in a grand finals performance from this squad. They're the challengers right now, Raz. They're looking down Maryville thinking, hey, I know you're the champs, but we are the potential future champs here if we can close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, they're the underdogs here in Winthrop. Not a lot of people have faith except for the fans and, of course, the Rocky Hill hopefuls. So
there's a lot of them in the chat right now.
True, there we go. Everyone loves their underdog stories, and they're coming in strong. I mean, once again, Winthrop coming into this tournament was, you know, one of the top favorites alongside Maryville. But coming into, we've talked about Maryville's 2 championships, looking for a third one. You know, people kind of had that expectation, but Winthrop is shutting that down. Fundamentals have been clean from Winthrop.
I mean,
what you mentioned when they were playing through bot lane, looking for an angle, Maryville, they knew that they were on weak side. They knew that the play was going to be happening through Doxa Frostfire on mid lane. So they were patient, waiting for it. It's been really good seeing from a team.
You said it there, Winthrop, the underdogs, but still favored in the tournament against most teams. I had them as favorites to win the whole event, looking at their amateur performance, and now they're looking for another play here onto Shady, trying to lock down the Leona. She is tanky, she's got a black shield, so it's difficult to lock her down. Oh, that black shield blocks 3 different forms of CC. That was absolutely beautiful, but now the re-engage coming in here from Spyrax. He's trying to dive onto Saskio. Can they get the 80 carry out of the fight? It's Gwen that might be the actual issue as Doxa trades kills. Frost Force looking for more onto Evan RL. He doesn't have the flash. Doxa's doing the damage. Can they lock him down? They can, of course! Winthrop with another 1 team fight. 3 in their pocket for 180 carry. You take those trades.
You do, but man, Maryville did find an angle. They were looking for something, and Spyrax's flank was great. It's just that they're so far behind. The deficit is just that massive, that even with that great pick on towards Evan RL, it's not enough, and Doxa is able to pick up another kill off that one. 3-0 and 3 for Doxa, 2-0 and 4 for Frostfire. It's just a slaughter from that angle.
You're spending all of your focus trying to get onto the 80 carry. who's doing a great job of kiting, by the way. Also have a Nautilus and an Udyr to peel for you. But then there's a Gwen. Like, Doxa on this Gwen, we've seen that you cannot just allow a Gwen to continually hit you. She does way too much damage for that and also will heal up through it. So it's not like you can burst her down that much either. Maryville didn't have a lot of options in that fight. They took what they could find, but it was not quite enough.
Yeah.
Will they find another angle is the question, because now they're 4K in the hole, and like you said, a lot of that gold on the key carries of Winthrop.
That's why, for this fight, I don't fault Maryville here. They defended this play very well. You know, the magic shield coming in from Morgana defended Shady quite well. He was able to back away. Renekton had a flank here, and so they can just dive straight on top of Saskio. It was really just the fact that the Renekton lost about 100% of his HP by the time the fight started. So even though they did get the kill on a Saskio, they didn't have an exit strategy. You know, Winthrop was just going to be able to chase them down. So great idea. It's just not working out. Teams at this level, when they are this far behind, they tend to just farm out, give what they can, and put what they can in towards their split push win con and chippies. So maybe that's going to be the idea, but
he's the one solo
so
in the side lane. He's got a kill. He's got the Trinity Force completed, but unfortunately, unfortunately for Maryville, Winthrop were able to pick up that second Rift Herald. There's no denial from Odd Orange this time around. It wasn't necessarily a steal last time as much, just you know, flipping the bird at him like, hey, you don't even get it. I don't even need it, but you don't get it either. But this time, Winthrop do pick that one up. So where does Frost Force want to put that focus? The dragon spawning in under a minute now. We see on the mini map. It will be coming up shortly,
Yeah.
so you got options, right? Do you go for a turret, or do you just drop it as a distraction so you get that dragon?
Going straight mid, so it is a distraction. You already have so much control on bot side that really you're just in an ultra comfortable position. So let's see what the play is. They actually could just get a straight mid turret off of this one as well. They are positioning for it.
But here we see Maryville might actually go for the engage. Shippy's over the wall, but he's all alone. Shippy's looking for the flank. Unfortunately, gets caught out from the rest of Winthrop, but now they want more. They go on to Shady. The Leona does have W shield, so no kill picked up there. But yeah, with that pick, I don't think that there's any chance Maryville can actually contest this next dragon take.
Yeah, it was rough. Chippy's, he had the right mind looking for a flank, but there was just the Nautilus in a bush. When you see him, you're like, wait a second. He definitely could have just ran out. I don't understand what was happening in that situation. Maybe we'll see a replay at that point, but at the end of the day, Chippies was blocked from looking for an attempt. And that's going to be another dragon for Winthrop, and they are now on Soul Point 19 minutes into the game.
Also, that 6K gold lead, it just keeps getting bigger. Every time I look up there, it's 1K more in the pocket of Winthrop. Let's take another look at that replay. Exactly, what happened to Shippy's here?
Perhaps it's Nautilus who autoed the blast cone? No, it's him. Okay, well. Yeah, that blows. You know, in the end of the day, he wouldn't have gotten what he wanted, but that does mean a faster death for him.
Oh, Maryville looking for the dive on Saskio. Saskio almost turns that one around, has to use the flash right there. Not
All
by
right,
the end, though. Yeah, that, unfortunate. I mean, that's when you auto attack the blast cone instead of the Nautilus that's in the control warded bush. Yeah, that's just one of those unfortunate moments right there, especially in a grand finals. So many eyes on you. The pressure is mounting. And we were just saying, Chippies is kind of the shining light of Maryville in this game number 1, but it's still, of course, not over. They were able to get a top lane turret for that play, so a little more gold into the pocket of Spyrex, but I like this from Winthrop, controlling these side lanes, getting more gold funneled into Doxa.
Yeah, and just denying the you know, the maximum here. Doxa letting the minion wave die out a little bit, as he's just keeping the wave at that point. And just so people out there know what these differences, what this gold lead means, that's a Phantom Dancer just straight up that Saskio has over Evan RL. Just one item to the 2 completed and then some. So it's one of those situations where Maryville is just trying to have defensive wards to know what they can fight for. So a ward right next to the Raptors pit, I think, is a great idea. So, you know, that you can kind of soft fight for that play. Okay, well, Frostborus just being annoying. Actually,
he's
more than
1v1ing
annoying.
Shady right now, but Sir Kenji is here. Just commits the flash over the wall, misses the Q, but here we go. Also back on the bottom half of the map. They actually get Doxa. Doxa was split pushing, and Maryville will pick up that kill, but it's straight to top lane for Shady. Now they want more. Spyrex goes down too. Winthrop with a 2-for-1 trade cross map.
I hate to be Chippies and Odd Orange on the opposite side. They're like, hey, we got a successful heist here on the bot side. We killed Doxa. as 2 of your members on the opposite side of the map are dead. Now that's Baron buff now being started up by Winthrop. Chippies and Odd Orange specifically is looking for a steal, perhaps?
Yeah, they don't have Evan RL here. Chippies had teleports. I thought maybe they go for it, but are they just going to give this over? Ooh, Sir Kenji not finding it. No steal from Odd Orange, though. So that's a Baron at 21 minutes, 50 seconds into the game for Winthrop.
And this is when you take a step back, not only just as audience members, but the teams themselves, and you're like, we have a series. It's not going to be the same wins that Maryville has been having throughout the tournament. This is a competitive one, and Winthrop is just straight smashing Maryville at the first game of the series.
There's really no other way to describe it. This is a 7K gold lead, 12-3 in kills, 3 dragons to 0. The turrets are kind of close, right? Like, at least Maryville have been playing that split push, but when you're playing the split push from this far behind, it's so hard to actually execute, but maybe they find Doxa again. Doxa's alone. He has flash, but will he be able to use it? There's multiple members trying to collapse on him. Cyan does come in to back him up, but it's not enough. Doxa will go down. Another successful pick here for Maryville. Can the Cyan stay alive long enough? Frostforce just chases down Odd Orange, picks up the kill there. The rest of Winthrop have joined in on the fight. They can actually turn this one around. Maryville thought that they got Doxa, but the rest of the team backing him up. Winthrop turned the play.
Can't blame them. I thought it was creative from Maryville to find the pick bot side, but the boys came in clutch. Even when hybrids died, the revived version, the passive came up and helped out with the DPS there. So a great collapse from Winthrop. Nets themselves 3 kills.
And the Dragons coming up again in under a minute right now, Raz. Winthrop have all this control. Members of Maryville will be back up to contest this, but they're going to have to walk through a blind jungle. They won't have all this wards. And actually, now that I say it, they do at least have some preemptive wards, but the dive under the turret, this is awful. If Evan RL goes down, Saskio picks up another kill right as the objective will be spawning. And Maryville might just have to give over free Dragon Soul now.
Yeah, you're right. Members were coming back up in time for it, so it was a possibility. But taking a look at this free play, once again, the creativity, you got to give it to them. Another kill on towards Doxa, but there is no exit strategy here as Frostforce just straight dives on towards Odd Orange, gets the kill immediately. And in comes Saskio, Sir Kenji, just to clean up the rest of them. I thought it just goes to show, I think Maryville, as creative as they are, just don't have really an answer for this game.
They didn't have Prio mid lane either. Saskio and Sir Kenji just shove out mid and say, oh, we can just walk through the bottom river. We see 3 of them down there, and the other 2 are mid lane, so we're not going to get caught on the rotation. Winthrop just reading the play, having a great response. They get the objective. Dragon Soul picked up here, but another play on these side lanes. This is all that Maryville has in their playbook, and they missed the CC out of hybrids. They're not going to take down Scion.
They're making it clear what they want to do. It's just not happening.
Yep.
And now they're here ready for a fight if they can get it. Camille is in no man's land.
Frostforce just says, we're fighting now. I can start the fight anytime I darn well please. Running down the tanks, running down Shippies. There's an ultimate used preemptively by Shady, but look at hybrids, look at Doxa. They're just routing Maryville University. They have no way to escape. They just want to get back under their turrets, but they can't. Winthrop chase them down. They take down 2. They're looking for Evan RL as well. That shield keeping him alive just barely. He will not fall, but wow, Winthrop are just throwing their wallets around in these fights saying, you can't answer us, Maryville.
I don't think there's a funnier imagery than Udyr just going up to 3 separate people, individuals, and giving them a bear slap. It's like, all right, you get a slap, you get a slap, you get a slap. The boys are coming in to clean up. Winthrop are doing well to collapse on these players, and take a look at this one.
Yeah,
so he gets the first slap off towards Chippies. Chippies, of course, has hook shot to get out of there. That was a missed ultimate from Varus to keep him still, but that's fine. But yeah, here comes Frostfor, just making his rounds around the teammates. That's 4.
You get a slap,
I miscounted.
you get a slap, you get a slap. Pretty soon, Penguins is going to have to do a slap breakdown of Frostforce's performance here in game number 1 of the championship. Because, yeah, he was a slap champion in my book. Look at this bear running around 6-0 and 8 on the Udyr pick. We talked about Doxa. We talked about Saskio. Frost Forest got MVP in their semifinals match, and he is showing up huge right now in game 1 of the grand finals. This is going to be a broken inhibitor turret. Chippies is not answering, so presumably a broken inhib here as well, because Maryville are not contesting this at all. They have no plays. They have no ways to stop that from happening. So yeah, Winthrop just picking up objective after objective.
Yeah, I mean, you ask players, you ask really the coaching staffs, anyone on the teams. It's not just about Doxa, Frost Forest, Saskio, Sirkenji. They are a well-oiled machine. They're definitely a strong team that Maryville has to respect. I like what Chippies is doing here, but Winthrop are just going to force a fight and force his TP.
They're trying to, but Chippies is not actually responding. It's Hybrids that went to answer Chippies in the bottom lane and can do that just fine. And shout out to Hybrids, by the way. We mentioned Frost Forest, Doxa, Saskio, Sirkenji. Hybrids getting counterpicked by the Camille. Chippies Camille, mind you, the Chad top laner that we analyzed or talked about on the analyst desk, and he held his own. This is not a Flame Horizon Camille that is just shredding these side lanes as an unstoppable threat. Hybrids actually did a great job of weathering that storm, and now they might actually catch Chippies. Frost Forest running at him, but no. Hookshot is too much for the rest of Winthrop to follow up on. Chippies does get away.
Here's the thing. I got an opportunity to talk to Hermit, one of the coaches for Winthrop, and he echoes the sentiment about a hybrid. We'll see this fight a little bit first. It's starting up.
We'll get back to that point, Raz, because Winthrop, they want to fight. They want to go right in on a Shady, picking up that kill. Spyrex will fall on, or dude, this might just be game. They don't even need an objective fight. They could just go for this one right here. Flash from Saskio gets it. There's supers in the mid lane, and it's now a 5v2. Are you kidding me? Winthrop University showing up massive in game number 1. It's just Evan RL and Chippies trying to defend their Nexus turrets. 28 minutes into the game. Winthrop have such a clean early focus, and they are willing to close this one out. The Nexus turrets are going to fall. Maryville have no response. Thropper's in the chat. Where you at? Winthrop University are going to take game number 1, but they might have to work for it a little bit more here. No, Maryville got no answer. Winthrop will take game number 1 in our grand finals.
That was dominant with a capital D. It was literally since minute 1 that this was the case, where they played around consistently Dox's advantage and just slapped Maryville. This is a big statement for the finals.
Absolutely, showing that Doxa really does have a differential between himself and Spyrex in that mid lane, despite Spyrex playing the Renekton into the Gwen purposefully, but then also the fact that they could play through their bot lane in the early stages of the game.
Yes.
Saskio getting that early kill, the early ganks going down there. This is a full strength Winthrop that we are seeing right now. This is not a solo carry threat team.
If I were to give my MVP of a game 1, I would give it to Sirkenji. I thought that Sirkenji had an insane game. You know, not only being there consistently for fights when they were calling for it around Rift Herald, top lane collapse, mid lane, you know, holding the freeze. All of these things, he was just he had a notebook out. He was on every page. So I thought he was doing a great job. You know, wonderful from Sirkenji.
Probably the most roaming support player that we have in collegiate, and no surprise that they made it all the way to grand finals with this strategy, right? Constantly putting pressure everywhere on the map. Winthrop, what a performance in game number 1, finding themselves up 1-0 against the reigning champions in Maryville. Everyone on the desk's favorite to win it, but everybody, if there's a time right now, Throps out in the chat. We're going to send it over to a short break before the State Farm analyst comes back and gets us prepped for game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. All the Maryville fans out there maybe tightened up a little bit after game one as Winthrop came through with an upset, bringing themselves in the winning position at the start of this series. So we're here to break it down. I got TJ, I got Alorum, and Alorum, you haven't been here on the desk with us for some of the drafting journeys of time past, getting to see some Gwen come out. And as we were talking through this game, it does feel like there are some staple picks.
My God, draft kingdom right here for Winthrop. I don't know how this could happen. I'm losing my mind over here. So first of all, Gwen, extremely strong champion. I'd say probably the strongest in the game and should have priority for the rest of eternity until she is nerfed. And I think for the rest of the series, she will either be first picked on blue side or first banned on red side. She's just too strong. And on top of that, they got Varus and Udyr, two other very highly contested picks. And so what they used their 1-2 for was the Kaisa Morgana, which I can see the thought of it is that they picked this really heavy dive comp with Kaisa Morgana. But the lane phases and the strengths of the champions just don't match how strong Udyr, Gwen, and Varus are. So I'm a little confused on that. And the one advantage that they could get was on the top side of the map where they had the counter pick due to the blind pick Sion. But Camille, in my opinion, is not even that much of a winning matchup for the Camille because Sion, as soon as he hits 6, you take the first space, you get your Bramble Vest. Camille's pressure on the Sion is actually very low, and if anything, Sion can get very good trades. After Camille uses E, you can get the slow in and the big Q. So draft, I think, really made a huge difference in this first game, and very, very heavily favored Winthrop.
And
Speaking to that very
TJ,
slightly,
yeah,
in
that was
terms of
definitely the case.
In terms of the top lane matchup, I think that is super important that if you're going to sack your other lanes a little bit, you create a more meaningful advantage, whether that be through super unique picks like Alawi or Darius, or even a more standard pick like Aatrox that can really punish some of those melee bruisers, instead of just kind of being even farm against a Sion, which tends to play towards Winthrop's win condition.
And the top lane is definitely something that we were kind of talking through, but I do want to pay attention to the bot lane as well. Alorum had mentioned some of these very strong picks, like the Udyr being picked up from the Winthrop side. And immediately, TJ, we saw that power being brought down to the bot lane.
Right, so here we see Frost Forest going for a relatively early-ish gank. This is like 6 minutes, but you can see laners still haven't reset. So Maryville's wave is coming back to them. They don't need to actually step up for this because they can just wait, collect the wave under turn, and be down on tempo. What actually ends up happening is that Frost Forest gets a very good proactive gank, and that sets them up for really good mid-game success.
And it carried over Winthrop. It's not like they just pulled this win out by the skin of their teeth. They had domination that was rolling through even when it came to the team fight scenarios here. If we're looking back at a replay that's brought to you by Stream Recap, we saw the full force of this team when they get into these moments, TJ.
So here we see that Maryville is able to kill the Rift Herald, and then Winthrop, snowballing a little bit from their advantage earlier, is able to win this fight, which is very interesting because it has a very high cost for Maryville. Odorange, who is probably going to be one of the big playmakers for this next few minutes, loses his flash, and they lose a bunch of extra kills. So this means that Winthrop from here on forward is in the driver's seat of the game, and it's going to be very difficult for Maryville to try to claw their way back in.
And I think this speaks volume as to how far ahead Winthrop actually were during the lane phase. A big problem with Maryville right here is that they picked the Renekton counterpick against the Gwen, which, in my opinion, Gwen's a little too OP. There's nothing that counters her. But they did take the Ignite Renekton, which means, all right, we've got to win the lane and we want to win it hard, right? But they don't really have a great duo combination for Renekton. If you're going to pick Renekton for a lane kingdom, you would much rather see something like a Nidalee or even a Lee Sin, even though Lee Sin's more meta in the solo lanes. You want to have a jungler that can follow up on the Renekton hard CC for a really quick kill. But when you have Morgana, it's really not that good because her CC coming at the range like that, Gwen can easily dodge with her W. And so because they didn't get ahead with the Renekton pick, Gwen was able to get that CS lead with the teleport advantage. And through that, they won the very first team fight that came around to Herald and snowballed the lead through the rest of the game.
Speaking back to that mid lane matchup, actually, level 1, we saw Doxa significantly outplay Spyrax. He got a big HP chunk, and as you mentioned, it was with the TP. the Ignite. This becomes really interesting and really punishing because Odd Orange actually spent a lot of time trying to then fix the mid lane and the wave state, which then ended up costing him his Raptor camp and a couple of other small advantages. So in the future, for maybe something that you're less comfortable on, it'd be really important to either figure out how to snowball with that Ignite or take TP to scale a little bit better.
You mentioned the Auto Orange trying to kind of mitigate some of those issues from before and create advantages. And it's not like that was the only time that MU tried to do so. I mean, Alorum, we have had some difficulty sometimes in the side lanes, and MU is definitely trying to bring some kind of pressure back there.
Yeah, so I really like the idea that MU had here. When a team gets Baron, usually a standard play is to make a trap play like this. You just sit in a side lane that you're expecting them to push, and you wait for them to overstep and punish them based on that. Winthrop fell into this trap, but that it just speaks volumes to how far ahead they were. They got the pick they wanted on the Gwen, but because they were so far ahead, it's just so hard for Maryville to actually do something on top of that pick. So I like the idea, but by that time in the game, it was a little too late. And I would like to see Winthrop in the future think about, after they get the Baron, the immediate comms are, okay, what's the next play that Maryville is going to do so they can avoid some small mistakes like this.
Speaking of the future, we know that for game number 2, Winthrop have selected blue side, so they will be remaining in that position. If you tuned into the semifinals, you know that there was no switching of the side selection when it came to Winthrop's last series, and we might end up seeing the same here. But if we're looking over at Maryville and some of the things they can look to maybe try and turn the fates, I mean, we had kind of mentioned before that Chippies, for instance, can be a very strong source for their team, even having some early moments. Alorum, are you still aligned that is where we can maybe see some of that play come from, or anything else that you want to see from Maryville specifically going into game number 2?
While I would like to see Chippies have pick a better matchup for his counter pick top on the red side, assuming they do go it all the way down to the 5th, what I would really like to see from MU on this red side now is 1, Gwen ban, 2, Udyr ban, and then go from there. I really don't want to see that again because it's so bad, and it seems like Frost Forest has a really good idea what to do on Udyr. And Odd Orange, in my opinion, is better on a champion like Udyr on the tanks like Sejuani than he is on the mages. And I know, TJ, you mentioned this earlier during the game, that he could use a little work on the mages, so let's stick to something else.
Yeah, that's not to say that his carry play isn't good, right? We did highlight that he does play carries very well, but Maryville seems to have more success when Odd Orange can either A, play something aggressive like the Lisa Nidalee, or B, tend to be on something that's more bruisery focused, where, again, he can still get up in your face and still punish a bad matchup or miss positions, but it's not reliant on hitting a Morgana Q or really having to think about how spell rotations are being used. In terms of looking forward, I'd love to see Maryville just refocus, take a step back and say, okay, what do we need to do in this next game? Because just because that was a dominating win from Winthrop, that doesn't mean that Maryville is still not in a position to come back and play their game moving forward. They definitely have it in them, and it's just up to them to really say, okay, guys, happens. What can we do moving forward?
We have seen them make those adjustments in some of the past series, and I'm sure they will be looking to do the same as we ourselves move forward with our championship best of 5. Because guess what? Winthrop, they pulled out the W. They gave us some of those sweet plays, and I think that we're in for some more from both sides of this equation. We'll see you on the other side of this break for game number 2.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusty.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, as we're preparing for Game 2 of the 2021 League of Legends College Championship. Winthrop University find themselves up 1-0 in the series with a dominant performance in that game number 1. There's no other way to put it, Raz. Break it down for me. What do we expect now? Like, how does this change all the expectations of how the series is going?
It was definitely a stump, and it should reshape how you think of Winthrop. I know Winthrop's got a lot of fans right now in the chat. It's there for a reason, and the faith is being paid back dividends. We are in draft 2. Gwen instantly banned by Maryville. Remember, it's a new pick in the scene. One thing to take note of and how it just destroyed the mid lane matchup is, remember, 40% attack speed boost at level 1 on your once you activate your E, and it resets to your timer. It's just so dominant to deal with early on. So new draft has to be.
New draft, absolutely. And also the fact that just Gwen can be flexed so many ways. So Maryville obviously on the same page as the analyst says, on the same page as us, probably on the same page as everyone in Twitch chat, realizing the strength of the Gwen pick taken off the table. But the rest of the bands here, Winthrop keeping it pretty simple, stable as what they had in game number 1. Gangplank, Senna, and Lee Sin are their focuses. Maryville rounding out the rest of their bands with that Thresh and that Nocturne yet again.
You can go Morgana here if you want first pick as Winthrop, because you have a great Lucian player in Doxa. Your 2-3, you can showcase Saskia and Serkenji's picks. It's going to be the Varus. Varus has just been such a dominant pick. We've seen a lot of it. So there it is.
I like this a lot because, especially how last game went. I'm a big momentum kind of guy. If you got momentum in the series, ride that momentum out. Saskia looked very comfortable on this pick. Was able to get that first blood early on, or that first gank rather, on the bottom side, and had an incredible performance throughout that game number 1. So the answer here from Maryville, they want Rumble in the jungle, presumably, so can't be flexed around, but let's see what they pair into that Varus, because I'm not going to lie, Evan or else Kaisa was struggling, but they do still have faith, and they lock it in again.
I think you go Nautilus here, almost certainly, especially since you're going to be going up against the Kaisa and Rumble. Easy picks to lock down, very squishy. Sure, the stopwatch is an expectation for the Rumble, but I think it's a great idea for Winthrop. Another thing to take note of is the fact that, having a Varus Nautilus bot lane is just another... It worked in game 1. Play through bot lane, and Saskia and Serkenji will pay you back. It's going to be an Udyr being locked in as well.
This is the same 3. Well, I guess, no, last time they had the Gwen. The Udyr was picked in the blue 4, but still, this is a very strong combo. This is the jungle plus bot lane combo that was able to gank the Kaisa and the Leona, which Maryville are opting back into. So really, the only difference in these drafts we're seeing right now is that Rumble.
Yeah, and I think Nautilus is not only has it just been the pick for Kenji, it's a great takeaway from Rumble, because Rumble wants setup. He wants a champion on his team to be able to set up his ultimate, so it's not just, bear out in an open space in the team fight. And I think Leona is just a good answer. It's a decent one into the Nautilus. It also sets up Kaisa ultimate and, as we were saying, Rumble. So far the draft, I think, has gone well for both sides.
Big difference between that Nautilus and the Leona, right, is one's a point-and-click ultimate guaranteed to knock up. The other one is a skill shot, and we saw Shady struggling to hit some of those because Flash's mobility being on the side of the Winthrop Eagles. But now the rest of the bans, they ban out that Lucian. Maryville ban out the Victor, so still focus on the mid laners here in game number 2.
A concern that I have is that I'm expecting Maryville to want to go for a counter-pick top lane, because with Rumble versus Udyr is going to be the stronger 2v2 option. So you're not really, in my mind, going to have a strong 2v2 up against an Udyr and X, right? So maybe it's going to be a Sylas pick. I think Winthrop would do well with Udyr Sylas, knowing that you have Leona ultimate and Rumble ultimate. And it's just a great ganking option. So that's what I'm looking out here for Doxa. Meanwhile, with Maryville's side, Lucian being taken away is one thing. Tristana could be another one here for Spyrax. Actually, it's going to be a Gnar picked up, so that's going to be a mid lane counter pick for Maryville.
All right, going against your recommendations here, Raz, but the Gnar is still at least a fairly safe blind pick top lane, right? That's what you go for. That's the reason behind it. And the Renekton was taken away. I like that from Winthrop Eagles. They actually adapted their band a little bit, giving respect to the flexibility of that Renekton. But now, I mean, we're looking at the junglers. Already they have that Udyr locked in, so those hovers just baiting us a little bit. They still have their solo lanes to lock in. Choice of counter into the Gnar. They're going with the Aatrox.
Yeah, just buying time so you can pick, have the maximum amount of time to pick your mid lane here. But the Aatrox is a safe pick. Knowing that you're going to be going up against the Gnar, you're going to get, hurt quite a bit in the early lane, as it's going to be life. But as the game goes on, you're going to be having dive buddies there with Udyr and the added support of an Orianna. So pretty straightforward composition coming in from Winthrop.
I like the Orianna for Doxa. I was holding out hope it would be the Syndra. I really was. But I guess blind picking the Syndra can be very dangerous. So blind picking Orianna instead. Let's see what Maryville wants to put into that one. You already highlighted the fact Rumble doesn't provide that much pressure going for those mid lane ganks. But here we go. Here's something that can set itself
Let's go.
up. Yone locked in for Spyrax.
There we have it. Heard a lot about Spyrax coming into this event, and he's just an assassin, flashy type of player. So you have an AP jungler, bring him that AD assassin in mid lane. You gotta love it.
I love this pick. We've seen players like Drew Dozer popping off on it earlier in the round of 8. It can get advantages on its own and hard carry through side lanes. And we saw in game number 1 that Maryville was willing to put Spyrax in those side lanes as well on the Renekton. So it seems like it fits the player's playstyle, the team's playstyle. Also compositionally can do well into that Orianna as long as you're not poked out too much in the early stages. So this draft really came together for Maryville at the end there, but it will all be on this Yone pick. Can you get ahead?
You have to get ahead. In my mind, it does 2 great things. It forces flash off Orianna, so if you want a team fight in lane, go straight around neutral objectives, punish the Orianna, and if you don't get that, side lane power with the Gnar and the Yone, and you can just try and split them up. I think those are 2 great ideas for Maryville University with the draft that they have coming into game 2.
Here we go, Raz. Game 2 loaded up onto the Rift. Maryville University with a very aggressive adaptation in their drafting here. Trying to make something work because game number 1 was all Winthrop University's sided. Winthrop University up 1-0 in this best of 5 here. Also with a pretty strong looking draft. A lot of big meta picks right now. Let's see who's able to take this one here. Again, battle lines drawn across the map. We're not seeing any level 1 organized invades, despite the fact that we actually are seeing some very strong level 1 champions on the Udyr, Varus, and the Nautilus. But Winthrop University, I think that if you're ahead in the series, you can also just go for the more calculated, slower play.
And here's the thing, Genghis. With how excited I am for Spyrax going on towards Yone, if you ask Yone players who they wouldn't want to go up against, it's probably going to be Nautilus, Varus, Udyr. like locked down, basically, where that if you go into a fight, they can cut you back, or they can lock you down and just straight burst you. These are things that Spyrax has to play around. That really dissuades him from team fighting. I think we're going to be seeing him play more side lanes and playing a slower game.
But you highlighted the Rumble at the beginning of Champion Select here as a jungler that can't really impact the mid lane that much early on into the game. But now Spyrax, a reminder to everybody that this mid laner subbed in here after round of 8, or during the round of 8 into the semifinals, and now in the grand finals over Wolfie. Now on the Yone, is this a pick, Res, that will enable the Rumble a little bit more and that we actually could see some early mid game ganks?
Oh, absolutely. As they're seeing an all-in here on Sir Kenji on the bot side. Ignite being placed down. It's going to be
kills
nothing,
going
though.
over, so Summoner Spell blown from Shady.
So to answer your question there, yeah, I think adding in Spyrax actually works really well in the current meta because you have a multitude of AP options in the jungle. Now you can have, AD, bruisers, assassins, all these picks, AD carries in the mid lane, and Spyrax can play them, as a style. That's just who he is as a player. Meanwhile, Wolfie is, a great chiseled veteran, but he is, an insane mage player, a control mage player. And I think a lot of it comes down to the meta, but also, having a young player in Spyrax come in, I think is a great opportunity.
Piloting the Yone is going to have to show what he's got here against Doxa. A lot of fans of the tournament so far have heard this name a lot, right? Doxa, the TSM amateur mid laner. He's been splitting time playing collegiate and in the amateur scene. And it's really showing in the play, already finding himself with a decent gold lead, or rather minion wave lead here in the mid lane. Farming up very well against Spyrax, who's just trying to shove this in. I wonder if Spyrax would go for any sort of cheater recall. No, so far just playing safe, playing back, but neither junglers are that close to this mid lane. Spyrax positioning on the top half just in case Frost Force shows up.
Yeah, earlier on it was very similar to one where Spyrax just wants to get his wave in. The laning state, as you already said, is in a pretty bad position. Wave is slightly past river, and the minions, it seems like he's not been able to last hit as well. So yeah, Doxa has gotten the heads up. It's expected really early on, but not this wide of a difference here. But yeah, goes to show how strong Doxa is as a laner.
But it's not all about the mid lane. We saw in game number 1, heavily favored on the bottom side here for Winthrop based on that first gank. Frostforce, though, passing to the top half of the map, won't find anything for this and will be spotted by wards. I like what Odd Orange did there earlier. He did actually spend some time topside to get some wards down, deny some of the vision away from Frostforce. He really only has a gank option, but maybe he actually finds that Spyrax is very far forward. Doxa and Spyrax trading aggressively. Doxa's trying to bait out his own life so that Frostforce can get in here, but Odd Orange is there as well. They turn it back around, trying to get onto Doxa. Spyrax actually flashes the wall rather than committing for the kill. No blood yet in this game number 2, but wow, both these teams are looking for it.
Yeah, Spyrax played that one safe, and I think it was a good option. He knew that flash was available from Doxa and that the DPS from Frostforce was going to be enough to kill him. So gets out of there, but now has burned the flash from Doxa. I think that's significant later on in the game. When I'm talking about early dragons, so maybe around the 6-minute mark, but dive here on Chippies.
Doxa going topside. They really want Chippies down. He's about to go Mega, though, and he does have flash available. He's not going to hit Mega in time. Auto comes through for Doxa. He actually gets the first blood. Chippies used flash there. I'm not quite sure what the play was, but now Spyrax teleported top to try and save his top laner. Not the play as Hybrids picks up another kill. They could just do this. They could just kill Chippies. Chippies, no! It wasn't safe, Chippies. Winthrop University pick up 3 in the top lane.
Avert your eyes. We don't want to see that. That is probably one of the worst things you could see in a game like this, and it's an engage on the bot lane.
Oh, no. Okay, at least there's a trade. Maryville, they lose the top lane fiasco, but they pick up a bot lane kill. That's some gold in their pocket.
The word here is focus for me, because I understood what Chippies was trying to do at the very beginning. It was just a great miscalculation on his Gnar bar. He was not close yet. He needed about 2 to 3 more auto attacks. So he just dies before he was even able to proc it and get the added HP. Spyrax TP's in a position to try and help him, of course now alone, but when he dies, you just don't TP for the wave. There are still 3 members here, and I think it was just a loss in focus after the previous misplay that now adds to it. Chippies is insanely far behind now.
That is ridiculously far behind for the Gnar. Yeah, I think we saw Chippies try and flash the third knockup from Hybrids, but unfortunately we still just picked up on the corner of it. Maybe could have found that outplay if that flash had successfully gone off. But hey, like I said, at least having RL and Shady, they say, okay guys, let's chill out top lane. let's slow our roll a little bit. We got to kill bottom half of the map and put Saskio slightly behind, but even as I say that, Saskio still has a great wave position. So this is 2 games in a row now, Raz. Early game going over to Winthrop.
It's Winthrop starting out this series. I mean, early birds here, doing well. Doxa, Hybrids, Frostforce, we might even call out another name because Odd Orange and Shady are trying to start up the vision around this side of the map.
Shady Hex flashes over, not finding Doxa. They're trying to punish that lack of flash that you highlighted earlier, Raz. Doxa not having that is an opportunity for Maryville to find a play mid lane, but Doxa's doing a great job of playing safe, even though he TP topside without that flash. Has not gone down yet, but here we go. Sir Kenji might have to flash himself. Odd Orange trying to chase him down. Shady as well.
There you go.
They get flash out of Nautilus.
And that's the thing you were mentioning. I think it's the discipline that I'm the most interested in here for Winthrop. Because every time, members like Doxa not having flash, playing very respectfully around the enemy timers. Same thing last game with Saskio and Sir Kenji when they knew that, Frostforce was playing through mid lane. Play patiently, burn your flash defensively, don't take any risks. These things are happening, and not only is it netting Winthrop advantages early off of their own individual play, they're keeping those advantages.
And they're looking for more. They're trying to abuse Chippies even further. He can't do anything, Raz.
This is bullying. This is what this is. Can't allow it. This is pretty disastrous here, and it's only going to get worse because if you are Frostforce, the opportunity cost of just continually going top lane and denying Chippies, diving Chippies, especially with how easy it is to dive with an Aatrox, It's high. Just keep doing it.
He can do it a lot, everybody. Anybody watching at home. And Odd Orange might have bit off more than he can chew right now. He sees the jungler topside, so wants to take this red buff. He does have some backup from his support, but he's going to go down. Sir Kenji picks up that kill. Shady trying to do what he can, but Evan RL is a little late on the rotation. There we go. They finally lock down Saskia. No summoner spell. Spyrex joins in as well. Sir Kenji should fall. That's going to be 2 kills. A double over to Evan RL.
That was just a very risky play from Saskia and Sir Kenji to try and, yes, defend the red, but also get the kill on Odd Orange. They get it, but Spyrex recognizes, comes in to aid them. Doxa didn't have mana, so he could not actually help. So great pick from Maryville bot lane, and now they have a lane to play through.
This is what they needed desperately based on how the top lane was going. Because, I mean, Chippy is on the Gnar. You're getting counterpicked. Hybrid's clearly feeling very comfortable in this matchup. So Chippy's on the back foot. They needed something else around the map. And yeah, a Fed Kaisa, that's going to do it. Let's take another look at how this started. Yeah, again, Odd Orange thinks that he has this because he sees jungler top.
So he should be aware. I think they knew that this was going to be a challenge here because he was clearing out a ward. They didn't have vision on the bot lane. He just thought he could survive it by the time Leona gets there. So this, at the end of the day, is just an overreach from Winthrop's bottom lane. They're the weak side. They wanted to not just lose out waves for free and lose out on their red buff. But now they get picked out and lose it all.
Saskio's gone down twice. Evan RL saying, look, I understand that Maryville has only won a championship title with you on the team, but I can carry too, Saskio. Evan RL with 2 kills in this pocket. What more can he do with this? Kenji, oh no, walks too far forward. No summoner spells means that he will go down as well. Evan RL getting his 3rd kill of the game.
This game's online. It's even between those teams. Spyrex getting caught out, though.
There we go. Answer from Winthrop immediately in the mid lane.
All right, loses Flash Burn. He's going to lose this wave. That blows, but at the end, if we just take a step back, because there's a lot happening at the same time, Maryville's getting an advantage straight through bot lane, and they're trying to ride that home. But the Rift Herald being placed mid is going to give it a lot of gold over to Doxa here.
This is the complete opposite of what we saw in Game 1, Raz. Game 1, it was Winthrop playing through the Varus Nautilus with the help of Udyr. But this time around, the script has been flipped, right? It's now Hybrids as the carry, getting all this attention topside. And now Winthrop, oh no, don't do it. You're getting caught again on the bottom half of the map. Evan RL just jumps right in onto Saskia, blows him up immediately, but can they trade onto Evan RL? They cannot! Sir Kenji goes down, double teleport in from Winthrop University. Can't quite lock down the jungler. It will just be a trade for Shady, but aggression from Hybrids. He wants to commit to this. He's flashing forward, a double kill to Doxa.
Great eyes from Hybrid. Said, you guys will get that kill. I don't need to, work with you on that one. I'm diving straight towards the Odd Orange. The double TP works out. Cheapies will get something towards the top side, but you have to be happy if you're Winthrop being able to nail those kills.
Every time Maryville tried to make a play, Winthrop answers somewhere else or even to that direct play here.
Yeah, remember, they're doing this because Dragon is coming up. They're trying to maintain that vision. It's just a full commitment from Winthrop to say, hey, we're using both our TPs here. Mid lane's not going to be able to help out. And so Doxa flashes through to secure the kill. 2 kills and a dragon for Winthrop University.
Fantastic early game here for Winthrop. Also gets flashed out of Chippies. Hybrids! Where was this Hybrids in game number 1? I guess he was on Scion duty in game number 1. Now he's unleashed on the Aatrox pick, showing, hey, everybody on the analyst desk, the casters, y'all kind of forgot that this is a triple carry squad here from Winthrop University. Doxa and Saskio have been the highlight players, but Hybrid's putting on a performance right now. As meanwhile, mid lane, there is a dive here onto Doxa. That's an easy shutdown over to Spyrax. Maryville finds some more gold in their pocket.
I love the fact that they're still finding timers there. Knew that the flash timer was down from Doxa, is still able to get the kill. So that's something that Doxa has to recognize. With if you're flashing aggressively bot lane to net that kill, for the rest of the timer, you either need some hand-holding or just play it safe. But to your point about Hybrids, just taking a look at the mini-maps and no actions happening. Talking to Hermit, one of the coaches for Winthrop, he sings praises about Hybrids. He's talking about he is more than just that weak side player. He's smart, a quick learner, he's flexible and has great macro sense. So he gives him a lot of praise, where a lot of the people out there see him as weak side a lot. That's based off choice, and I think that says a lot towards that caliber of player.
I love that from a top laner that's also just able to weather that, right? You know, if you have the potential to carry, a lot of top laners will prefer to carry. It takes a special kind of personality to show up and say, no, I'm willing to play weak side for, you know, 80% of our top 32 and above games, but when my team needs me, of course, I will show up and carry as well. Now Chippies and Hybrids actually aggressively trading top lane. Hybrids not taking the better of that one. Chippies with a really good chunk out.
He's kind of stuck here. You know, low HP. Chippies has TP advantage because Hybrids used his own. So he's going to either need some help or just kind of lose a minion wave for a base here. In fact, it looks like Dox is going to lean towards that side of the map after this cleared out minion wave to help him out. So there's no real, you know, rush here for Hybrids. But yeah, this game is looking, it's a great back and forth. The gold lead is in Maryville's favor, and it's all about that bot lane. It seems like they've abandoned that lane. Evan RL and Shady are just too strong. They pick up that turret.
Really well done from Evan RL and Shady, constantly putting the pressure in. And like you said, Winthrop University, they give that up. They early rotate Saskio to the top lane. They also have Sir Kenji around here. Most likely going to focus this Rift Herald. And let's do a quick item count, because if there is a fight at the Rift Herald, we got to account for who's favorited to win that one. You mentioned the gold favoring Maryville right now, but we are seeing a couple more mythics picked up on their side as well.
Yeah, so really the only difference here is that Maryville's bot lane, you know, having the Kraken Slayer on the Kaisa, she's going to be a highlight. Find the pick.
Okay, right as I say that, Shady gets picked out to start the fight. He is tanky though, he's taking up a lot of damage. Pyrex just jumps right in, deletes Doxa. Now they turn their attention on the rest of the carries. Hybrid doing what he can, he takes out one, he takes out two. Almost enough to turn the fight, but Maryville are too strong. They already took down 3 key members of Winthrop, the 3 most fed members, and they still have Odd Orange and Spyrax together. They will go for this Rift Herald.
They had everything on the table. Maryville knew that the play was going to be on Rift Herald. They moved in as a team. While Varus was in the top lane, your AD carry is not there. And so while you're close to getting that kill on the Schwartz Shady, it's just a straight sweep there from Maryville. Yeah, I mean, the idea, I understood it from Winthrop. They just didn't have the resources available.
And a great heads-up play there from Maryville to realize, hey, Dox, there's really no peel for him right now. If I land this Leona ult and then follow up with the Yone ultimate, Dox is going down. He's still squishy. He's still just an Orianna. And they found that play, taking him out from 100 to 0. He couldn't even move. That was absolutely massive for Maryville winning that fight. They net themselves that advantage of the Rift Herald. And while the early game, the top half of the map was looking dire, Maryville have done a fantastic job of keeping their heads calm, keeping their heads in the game, eyes on the prize, Raz. This is college grand finals, and they do not want to give this one up easily. They do still have a gold lead, and that Rift Herald to drop wherever they please.
Yeah, remaining focused here and looking for a dive on Saskio.
They're going right onto Saskio. He used the flash, but still goes down. Evan RL picking up another kill.
Sir Kenji could be next, so he has to watch out. Placing a Rift Herald here, and this is a lot of pressure for Maryville.
Maryville are really pressing this lead. They're going to get 2 turrets mid off of that catch, and now Dragon just spawned, so they can just rotate over towards this next objective. Presumably pick this one up easily. All Winthrop have is a trade of a shoving top lane.
Yeah, so they have to give up this Dragon, and this game is turned pretty clearly. You know, Chippies, of course, early on started off in a massive deficit, but he's recognized that their lead is firmly in Evan RL and now in Spyrax. So you have now 2 major threats coming in from Maryville's side, and it's making it difficult for Winthrop to match up against.
And also, you're still an R. At the end of the day, you can still hit Mega and make a crazy play. Doesn't matter how far behind you are. And meanwhile, it's done a fantastic job just recovering that CS against Hybrids in that top lane. So while you look at the scoreline thinking, yeah, Hybrids theoretically should be ahead, you look at the items built and realize he's really not that much in the lead currently. So,
speaking of items, focus on where Saskio doesn't have his mythic. Look on the opposing side. Evan RL has 2 items over him. Has the Phantom Dancer now completed. 8k gold to the 5k there from Saskio. So incredibly huge to see that 3k gold difference.
and you feel that. You don't just see that, you feel that gold difference in these fights. Evan RL is outputting massive amounts of damage, and it doesn't matter how far ahead Hybrids is, which we see is only 600 gold right now. He can't tank up that much. Frost Forest as well with the nerfed tank items. The Udyr's not as tanky as he was in patches past, and Maryville University doing a fantastic job playing with this lead right now. If you're Winthrop University, Raz, you're kind of on the back foot right now. You're up 1-0 in the series, but this game 2 is slipping away from you. So what do they need to be focusing on? How do they ensure that they can somehow come back in this game?
I always say creativity in these moments because you know that Dragon and Barons are going to be the objectives that are magnets that pulls people towards you. So finding a good flank ward for hybrids will be the key here. Because if you start up, you're never going to get the first touch on an objective. That's not going to happen. But if you have great flank wards there from Aatrox, that's going to make the difference.
They don't have any yet for this play. I see members of Maryville University grouping around to try and potentially dive Saskio, but there are other members from Winthrop to back up their AD carry. And also as Mythic item completed, Gale Force. I like this pick for Saskio. Not always the most popular that you see on the Varus, but we saw what it did right there. Spyrex tried to go aggressive. Saskio just jumps to safety. So doing a good job of absorbing those blows, but now they're just kind of grouping up mid. There was another wave to catch topside that will just be wasted.
So the Gale Force is always an interesting topic because it's a nice defensive tool. It's a nice offensive tool. Like last game, he used it defensively to get out of Shady's ultimates. You pair that up with Varus's flash as well. You don't necessarily want to use that, or if you don't have that, want to concede minion wave. So if you have Gale Force, you can do that. And when they nerfed Gale Force, they didn't nerf the DPS initially. They just nerfed the cooldown on it because it was just that low. So that means if you are in an advantageous position, you can use it as an execute. But this game for sure can get away from those CC.
Shady trying to make some plays onto Frost Forest, furthering the plays as well, but here we go. Sir Kenji actually turns it back in onto Shady. There's Chippies with the huge play, getting onto Saskio. AD carry and support of both out. Now the teleport coming in a little late from Hybrids. He just flashes immediately. Says, all right, I don't want this fight anymore. 3v5, Winthrop on the back foot, and Baron's on the table for Maryville.
Yeah, Chippy's the playmaker there. Didn't have Gale Force active and didn't have his flash. Saskio just had to take it, and now you have 2 members down. Maryville University have a best opportunity here to get a good fight here.
Winthrop trying to make sure that they're not on Baron by baiting them out here, but they might be a little far forward. Doxa does take some big chunk right there. A huge 4-man shockwave into 4-man knockup from Hybrids. The combo's enough for Winthrop. What was that? A double kill to Doxa. Give one to Frost Force. Is this going to be a wipe? No way, Spyrax. No way, Maryville. You did not group against Oriana. Aatrox. Winthrop take the fight.
They were so focused on the champs that Doxa was able to pull him in. Humongous play, and now that's going to be Winthrop's Baron. They are back in the game.
What a swing in momentum. That was a 3v5, Raz. That was a 3v5 to end all 3v5s. Watch this setup. Beautifully done by Doxa.
Oh, that was huge. They were looking for the pick on towards Frost Force, and then you combo it up with Aatrox. That is a play that should be on Reddit. Clip that right now. That was beautiful, and that's why people say Doxa difference, but now you gotta follow it up with Hybrids, because that was the best Big Mag.
Absolute dominance coming out from the top and mid lane here from Winthrop. Doxa setting them up, Hybrids knocking them down, and now they find themselves with the gold advantage and that Baron buff. Maryville University are scratching their heads thinking, how did we let something like that happen? They were in such a commanding position right there.
That was insane. I've been watching a lot of Kuroko no Basket, by the way. It's a basketball anime. That right there was a pretty damn good alley-oop. that was pretty sick. Now that's a dragon being picked up for Maryville University, so that's going to be their third. But that's Baron for Winthrop. They're the ones that have a commanding position through mid lane.
They're also taking top lane. Look at this. Frost Force, the Udyr is actually the one shoving into the top side of the map. They don't quite get that turret. But yeah, control of the map for the first time, it feels, for Winthrop right now. Spyre's going very aggressive. Okay, yeah, you got to take that back.
Yeah.
Scary to go onto an Udyr like that, buddy. But overall, Maryville not out of the game yet. I do want to give them props. They still are stacking up these dragons. They're 1 away from Dragon's Soul, but it's not going to feel good having the gold lead swing back in the favor of Winthrop now, who have this vision control around the river, but there's really nothing to fight over. I don't know why Maryville are posturing so aggressively for this.
Key thing to note here, as minion waves are being lost here from Maryville, both top lane stacking up, so that's good for Winthrop. Stopwatches. Got a stopwatch there for Doxa. Doesn't have flash, but that's going to be key if they do find a pick on towards the Orianna. But there is also a stopwatch for the Rumble. So those are two things that you have to be aware of if a fight were to happen. That Doxa can be a good piece of bait. Same thing happens for Odd Orange. So if you miss characterize the fight, not keeping track of that, that could be a game ender.
And also the gold still in the pocket of Evan RL, right? This Kaisa is still massive right now. Really can carry a fight if it's the right situation, the right circumstances, the right setup from the team. And they're looking for that setup. We see Shady over the wall. Maryville University are willing to pull the trigger. They have this ward that hasn't been spotted, so they know that Saskio's right there. But there's really no way for them to actually get on top of him. So, yeah, the Baron Siege coming in clutch for Winthrop University. I believe they got, what, 3-4 turrets off of that objective, ballooning that gold lead up to 4K.
They didn't want to overextend and turn that into an inhibitor turret just because TP's there from Chippies. They don't know if there's a rogue ward catching up behind them for a flank. They don't want to lose all of what they just built up in a second. But now you have a pretty sizable advantage. 4K gold lead for Winthrop all off that play and the Baron that they had. So you're in a really good position if you're this team. And that brings Saskio back into the game. An ability to farm and kind of gain items here. Has the Gale Force and is now searching for that Phantom Dancer.
And the best part about Varus, right? I mean, he can carry if he gets ahead, but even when behind, you still just press ultimate, right? Now you still have chain CC options. If you catch Spyrax, if he jumps too far forward, a lot of CC that can lock him down. So I think if you're Winthrop, you're looking at your mid, your top lane, your jungle saying, yeah, we are just fine in the carry department.
Yeah.
We are comfortable and ready to fight.
And the good news too is that he doesn't have to, at least Saskio is making it so the rest of his team doesn't have to go into Executioners.
True.
Yeah, going to Grievous Wound items, because not only does the Hail of Arrows going to be able to help you out there, but he also has got an Executioners himself. So Doxa can very happily and readily go towards the Rabadon's Death Cap purchase and just be just a ball of damage that Winthrop has to deal with, or Maryville has to deal with.
Speaking of Maryville, I mean, they had a control of that early game pretty tightly, but now it's been wrestled away from them, Raz. I mean, what do they do from this point on? They're down 1-0 in the series. Pressure is mounting here in this game, too. What's their play here? How do they make sure that this game does not further slip away from them?
I think Dragon is going to be the focus. If you get the Dragon vision, trying to maintain that is important. If Winthrop has first touch on an objective, like if they're there first, have the vision laid out, you don't know where Hybrids is. Like, these are the type of things, and you're also walking into Doxa as Orianna Ball. Like, you saw how difficult that is. So getting vision on an objective first and then forcing them to walk into you is what needs to happen. If that isn't the case, if they lose out in vision here, it seems like Winthrop is going to have first push through mid. Then you just have to straight through push through mid lane and try and force them out. So this is what you're probably going to be seeing for the next minute.
Honestly, though, Winthrop are positioned on the top half of the map. They might be willing to sacrifice that bottom vision control for Baron vision control. These objectives will be spawning at essentially the exact same time. And it's just a Cloud Ocean Soul, not necessarily the craziest thing to deal with if Maryville do pick that one up. So let's see what Winthrop actually want to do with this. They are controlling this mid-wave push, prioritizing this lane. Shady's going for a really long flank here.
Yeah, they're just pushing straight through mid, so trying to force Winthrop to play up through Baron. Here's the thing. If one team is forcing Baron and the other team's forcing Dragon, you can just have one member on Drake. Should be Trippy's, honestly. And then just TP for the fight up on its Baron. So this seems to be the play here. It's going to be a risky gambit. Let's see if Winthrop wins it out.
I like this. It's actually Evan RL that's soloing the Dragon. He will take it very fast and then can get to this Baron. Winthrop University are set up on the Baron, so it will be a trade of objectives. Dragon Soul already over. Now Winthrop realize, okay, we're a little slow on the play. Maybe let's just go out to Shady right now, but Spyrax is still doing damage. Hybrids on the top half, just bodying away Chippies. They do not want this Gnar to go mega and get onto the carries, but there's the carry as Shady's onto Saskio. Evan RL doing what he can onto the backline and gets onto Doxa. Can they take down Evan RL? Winthrop University looking for it. Frostborn's chasing down the AD carry, but there's other threats to deal with. Yone and Rumble shredding through the front line, but Saskio still relatively untouched right here. The fight is swaying over to Winthrop. They are winning this one out. They only lost Doxa, trading for Evan RL, Odd Orange, and Shady. Winthrop should get this Baron.
Yeah, Winthrop had a great position in the fight. Had the vision lined out, so Saskia wasn't the target, and Hybrids was able to just pull through damage now. Seems like
They want to
Maryville
contest.
doesn't want to go down. Yeah, they don't want to go down without a fight.
Free. Spyrax is very healthy, has the flash. Shippies jumps over the wall. Baron is picked up here by Winthrop, but Maryville might chase this one down. They don't. They saw low health bars on Sir Kenji, low mana on Saskia, but they don't commit.
These are desperate times here if you're a Maryville fan, because this was the fight that they were forcing. But take a look at the positioning here. Varus was in a decent spot. Hybrids was up on the northern side of the map, so he can just, dive straight in towards Shady and also towards the Kaisa, who's in no man's land. So I usually enjoy teams that start on Dragon and then move up towards the Baron. But Winthrop had a stronger team fight, and they just went for it.
And also Saskia did such a fantastic job kiting out there. There was one small moment where Spyrax was right next to Saskia, but he tunnel visioned onto Hybrids. He used ult onto the Aatrox instead of just going for Saskia, who might have just gotten blown up by that one alone. So maybe some in the fight micro mistakes coming in here. The decision making, the pressure from being in the grand finals. It is mounting. Maryville find themselves now down a second Baron of the game. They got that Dragon Soul. What can they do with it?
They have synchronizing waves mid and bot lane, so they're just giving this one up. 3 inhibitor turret here for Winthrop, and it's going to be an inhibitor as well. I wonder where Maryville's going to draw the line in the sand.
I think that it's not on these inhibitors. That's what we're learning right now. But just as I say that, they do throw down the red carpet. Only chunks down Doxa a little bit, but there we go. Spyrax Chippies with the flank. The carries are down. Saskia and Doxa are out of the fight already. Chippies doing what he can now. Sir Kenji and Hybrids, they're still alive. They can't kill Hybrids. The Aatrox is just too big. Look at Hybrids popping off in this fight with the backup of Frost Forest. A double kill, a triple kill to Hybrids. Give this man more carry champions. Game 2's gonna go over to Winthrop. They got a wave with Baron. They're taking down the Nexus turrets. Winthrop University are gonna go up 2-0 against Maryville.
League officials, why don't we rename him the King Hybrids, man? 2 games in a row where Hybrids comes in clutch for a team, and now they are on match point versus Maryville University.
What a game number 2, Raz! It looked like Maryville came out swinging. They had a gold lead early on. They were controlling through the bottom side. Chippies was struggling top lane, but they're like, it's just Hybrids. He plays Scion. He plays weak side. We don't have to sweat. And then Hybrid shows up and goes 10 and 1 on Aatrox. Are you kidding me?
I don't know what to say.
I don't even know what to say after that one, man.
They instant killed their backline. Literally, Doxa and Saskia were not a part of it. And it was just the Aatrox that just went slap, slap. It's just, they couldn't handle him. I think this showcases what is a great, well-rounded team, great prep. Winthrop are here to win.
Winthrop are no joke right now, Raz. Analyst Desk was saying 3-1, maybe 3-2, but Maryville should still take this one. Across the board, they were looking very strong, but I mean, the Doxa matchup into Spyrax looking great. Now we're seeing the Hybrids matchup into Chippies looking fantastic. Even when they lose the bottom side, Saskia and Sir Kenji were having a really rough lane down there. Evan RL got absolutely fed on the Kaisa, but it felt like no matter what Maryville did, they just couldn't cinch it. And I will still say that combo, that Orianna 4-man shockwave into the 4-man knockup, that was the thing that really turned the game on its head. So, I mean, props to Winthrop for finding that guy to play.
When they are behind, he will give you games. Like, that's the thing. Both teams, I was excited to watch this finals because I knew both teams, if they're behind, they'll find plays, they'll claw back. That was a situation where they clawed back and then some. Huge plays from Doxa to remember. And Hybrids later on. Remember, that play also had Hybrids in the alley-oop. So there's a lot happening here in this series. Maryville has to find an answer.
Maryville, the defending collegiate champions, are down 0-2 against Winthrop University, the Eagles from the Southern Conference. We're going to send it over to a short break before the State Farm Analyst Desk brings us back and breaks down what happened in that game number 2. Things are heating up in here, everybody. You do not want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. Guess what? Winthrop have managed to string together 2 victories. I know they have a lot of supporters in the chat right now that are more than happy to celebrate because, whoo, that game was a pretty intense one. I think it's fair to say fun, depending on what perspective you are looking at, because Alorm, as much as we want to highlight the grandest of top plays from these players, we got to pay attention to how things kicked off. A little bit of a ruckus in the top lane.
Yeah, and as you said, maybe a little bit too much fun being had up here in the top lane. This was a dive that went very well for Winthrop and disastrous for Maryville, as we saw Chippies did a questionable flash straight into the Aatrox Q, and when there's 3 people here, Spyrax with the late TP just kind of gets stunned and done. And then right after all this, here comes the TP from Chippies again. My man, there are 3 people there. You can't live this. So, and especially with no flash, he gets his jump hopped back by the Aatrox W, and it was so bad. But on the bright side, on the opposite end of the map, Evan RL and Shady kind of made up for the mistakes that their top side of the map did, and they got a clean 2v2 kill while Sir Kenji was basing, and they got it onto Saskio with the summoners used from Leona. I believe it was the summoners. Let's see. The flash comes in, and it's a kill for Evan RL. And because of this was a pretty huge tempo loss that they were able to shove the lane, and they were able to get a lot of CS advantage. And from that, Evan RL did get pretty fed, and it was the light at the end of the tunnel for Maryville, but it wasn't enough, and Winthrop came up ahead.
Right, so to expand a little bit more on Evan RL, we did highlight him as a more supportive player. That's not to say that he could not play any of the bigger carry champions. So just wanted to make sure that we weren't completely disingenuous to him. Obviously, he can have the standout carry performances, and maybe that'll be what Maryville chooses to go forward with in the next game.
Yeah, very effective here on the Kaisa, and that flexibility in a bot laner, especially considering how sometimes you do want that strength to come from other lanes, can prove very effective for this squad. And a lot of great team play, I would say, to Lorem coming from the side of Winthrop here, but on the side of Maryville, maybe needing to find some more ways to capitalize upon this strength that's brought by some of their laners.
It was really nice to see that they had those big mistakes topside, and they were able to bring it back on the bot side, because when you make those really bad and really big oopsies that you wouldn't make regularly in a normal game, the mental that you have is like, my God, how could we do that? But it was really good to see that Shady and Evan RL, all right, we got this, guys, and they were able to bring it back some on the bot side.
You do want to be able to focus on those moments if you are on the side of Maryville, whether playing directly or as a fan, because it is a best of 5. They'll have their opportunity to scrap back through. If we're looking back at Winthrop, the team that was able to pull off the W here, we do want to pay some attention to our official State Farm assist of the day. We saw some great work coming from our solo laners to bring that action down to the bot lane.
So during this play, we see a fight going on around the strong Evan RL, but Winthrop is able to double TP like a clown car with both their solo laners committing double summoners. It's really important to highlight what a play like this actually details in terms of like team coordination, because one of 2 things either happened. Either someone like Sir Kenji was saying, okay guys, double TP, go, 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 or it was premeditated in that it was, hey guys, there might be a fight down here. If there's a fight, we're going to double TP. Either way, it's still very impressive because it shows either very good communication and like ability to coordinate and plan, or it shows very trust in what their teammates are saying.
A play that MU was looking for, but Winthrop really pulling the trigger in that moment to capitalize and turn the fate a bit for that kill. But TJ, one thing to note, with all of the resources that they did pull into that specific play, there was a bit of punishment soon to follow.
Yeah, 100%. And that's really important to remember that later on in the game, Winthrop is feeling good. They're saying, hey, we're ahead, but they commit to a fight in top jungle against a lot of AoE ultimates, the stuff like the Leona, the Rumble, the Yone, even a Gnar, where it's just like, hey, we can't leave our double immobile flashless carries, and Doxa does end up getting punished for that. So I'd like to see Winthrop in future games maybe take a little bit of a chill pill if they're playing more immobile carries without flashes, because that provided Maryville an opportunity to come back into the game when Winthrop was poised to win.
The chill pills can become very useful, I think, on both sides, because you mentioned that maybe Winthrop needs to slow things down a little bit in cases. But Alarm, I want to pay attention to a play where MU were able to come on top, but maybe they needed a chill pill of their own immediately after.
Right, so MU got this really great fight off in the mid lane, and they were heading toward the Baron, but then they decided to make this bait play and ran straight into Dox's Orianna, where he got the 4-man Shockwave straight into the Aatrox 4-man Q. This, all it had to take was a little bit of better decision-making. MU had 5 men, and it almost seemed like Winthrop were willing to give up that Baron for the mid-wave shove. They do it very fast, right? With Kaisa and Yon, and they've got Rumble. They have the characters to take that Baron very quickly, and on top of that, Doxa has no flash. So if they had just gone to the Baron and taken it, they probably wouldn't have gotten themselves into a really bad situation where they have this 5-man ball, and they run toward the Orianna into a 4-man Shockwave into an ace, they get the Baron, and from there the game's over. So in the future, I'd like to see Maryville with a little bit more decisive shot calling, and if they're going to make a risky bait play like that, they need to be aware of their positioning and that they don't group up for AoE ultimates.
Grouping up against Orianna does not always work in your favor. And we are actually, when it comes to this series, going to get our first flip over as Maryville have selected blue side. So they will be moving over to the blue side here. And I do want to touch a bit more on what we want to see from Maryville, TJ, because they have been a team commended for their fundamentals, their ability to keep the control in those moments. So do you feel that what we just saw, kind of going a little too hyphy after play, is uncharacteristic of them? Or is it something that they're used to kind of trying to work out when it comes to full series?
I think that based on their performances in PGC, I think that they did make a lot of mistakes and they do continue to make them, but they do also have pretty good fundamentals. So it'll be interesting to see for this next game, do they switch things up? Do they go back to more comfort picks? Do they maybe pick a 5-5 standard comp? What are they going to do? They have selected the blue side, like you said, which I think is invaluable. Winthrop has now played 7 games on blue side. That is a lot of games where they're now getting the drafts that they want, and I'm curious to see if a Nautilus ban will come out or maybe a Nautilus pick to get Kenji off that. It'll be pretty exciting just to see what exactly does Maryville do, because if you're their coach, you're probably thinking like, okay, guys, our backs are against the wall. This was not an expected scenario, and we just kind of have to fix the mental, go forward, and play our game, not their game.
And we did start the day with game 1 where Alorum was making note of Winthrop's draft, how they were able to come through with so many strong picks coming from that blue side. So I'm sure Maryville are looking to flip the script on them a bit in that regard. I do have a bit of an update for everyone that is watching, though. I did get word from our friends over at Valorant Masters in Reykjavik. And spoiler alert, if you are still looking to watch these games, but congratulations to Sentinels for winning Valorant Masters Reykjavik. They 3-0'd their way to the finish line. We are here all in North America on this desk, and I think it's fair to say, Alorum, that this is a prideful moment for NA.
We might not be the best in the world for League of Legends, but when I'm playing Valorant with my friends in my silver games, I'm playing in the best region in the world.
Yeah. TJ, you're the master of all the games over there, playing multiple things at once, whether it's TFT, League. I'm sure you've been playing Valorant as well. Have you been able to catch any of the pro action, or how are you feeling about how that scene's kind of developing and coming through?
As someone in collegiate, I'm always looking around at what's going on in games. So I'm very excited for Valorant. I know that a lot of students are very interested in it. So I'd expect a lot of varsity programs to start taking up Valorant. I think that Riot's whole shtick on the collegiate scene in terms of like developing and pushing it forward and really giving players a path to pro and really good branding and marketing opportunities, I think is super important. So I've been watching a little bit in auxiliary. I'm with Alorum here. I'm basically a silver player. Not very good, but that's okay as long as we're supporting the players.
Oh, yes. I mean, we love to see that support, and I do want to give some extra words of support to all of the team that have been working on Masters, all of the teams that have competed. They have been putting on a wonderful show. Looking forward to catching those VODs later. But we have other things to celebrate here on the broadcast too, especially the Winthrop fans out there, because Winthrop has pushed us officially 2 match points in this best of 5 series for the championship series of college. So everybody, we're going to see if they can dethrone our current reigning champions on the other side of this break. See ya.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're getting ready for Game 3 of the Grand Finals for the 2021 League of Legends College Championships. What a series, Raz. Winthrop are up 2-0 over the reigning champs in Maryville University. I'm not going to lie, I didn't hear many people on the analyst desk walking back on their the predictions there. It's looking pretty rough for those Maryville predictions.
A lot of predictions are going down the drain, while a lot of Winthrop Eagle fans out there are sky high. After games like these, you have to be, because Winthrop are not only getting advantages, they are keeping those leads. And even in the last game, when the game was kind of falling behind a little bit, huge play, huge moments from Doxa and Hybrids to bring it back together. So we're in match point. Maryville needs to hold the door.
This is it. Maryville on the blue side, we are seeing some switch rounds there, but the bans are pretty much the same. They don't want to first pick Gwen. They're on blue side, but they're opting to ban that away. Important to note there, whereas Winthrop, pretty much the same plan, right? They're taking away the Gangplank, taking away that Senna, presumably the Lee Sin. That's what their first 3 were in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I wonder what this means for us. I mean, Varus has been a priority for Maryville when they're on blue side, so it might just be another Varus first pick. It's safe. You can also counter pick support in this situation because Winthrop is probably going to 1-2 it. So let's just see what it goes into. 10 seconds left for Maryville.
There's a lot of top priorities because also there's a lot of big junglers on the table, right? You could go for the Udyr. They do actually lock in that Udyr pick instead. This leaves up that Varus for Winthrop if they want it, but hey, at least they get auto orange on that priority jungler.
A lot of the times you wouldn't want to pick your jungler here that early because every jungler is on the table, including Morgana. But this instance, they want to be able to play through this early game advantage that auto orange can create for them. So let's look out for the 2v2s that Maryville can get. Chippies in auto orange, Spirax in auto orange. This is the type of things I want to hear.
We see the Varus is locked in for Winthrop. They also grabbed that Rumble, so not the Morgana pick, but still very fast clearing AP jungler. Maryville instantly locking in, not the Kai'Sa Nautilus, but instead the Kai'Sa Leona. They're actually opting for this duo.
Yeah, just because, you know, Nautilus wants to hook in. If you're hooking into a Leona, you better have members behind you because they can just straight up burst the Nautilus down. So these are the type of things I'm interested in. That being said, Maryville picking the Kai'Sa into the Varus, usually that's, you know, hasn't been the case, but these are just playmakers. And, you know, having EverRL have the power to dive into the back line and get a pick on towards Frost Forest's Rumble, it's a good option. See what they pair that up with as the 4-5 goes on.
It's definitely comfort for Evan RL. He's played the Kai'Sa. This is the third game now. This is the third time we've actually seen this bot lane matchup. And in that game too, heavily favored in Maryville. So I think they're probably realizing, look, if we just get a better top lane matchup, try and hold that, don't have that TP play, don't have that 4-man shockwave and 4-man knockup, they probably had that game. So honestly, they're looking at that last draft, not feeling too bad about how it went in that phase. But let's catch up on the rest of the bans here. Aatrox taken off the table. They do not want hybrids to get that twice in a row. And with them given respect with that Yone ban and then a Vladimir as well.
Here's the thing, because you might see another top lane ban from Maryville, maybe a Gnar, because it is a safe pick there for hybrids. Sure. But Lucian, yeah, Lucian is what I was expecting from Winthrop because you have an AP jungler and it's also just Doxa's best pick in my mind. Let's see what we end up seeing here. Winthrop can just go towards a Gnar and then last pick for Doxa.
A last pick, counter pick for Doxa would be huge. And I think that's the clear strategy, right? They lock in the Scion, easy weak side top laner. This really opens up carry potential for others on the team.
Yeah, so hybrids had this Scion in game 1 when he was the only play for Maryville. When the game was just getting worse and worse, he played insanely safe and they really couldn't take him down. So it's going to be Chippies looking to pick an answer into him, but it's looking like a really strong team fight composition from Winthrop.
Yeah, the Gnar, I guess, is the counter to the Scion top lane. It can't do much to really kill pressure the Scion, right? I mean, last time in game 1, they opted for that Camille, but they weren't confident to pull that out again here. Let's see what their blind pick mid lane is, because they got to throw something into Doxa, and there are still big picks on the table. Orianna's available. The Victor, which has been banned throughout, is available, so they do go with that Victor.
I'm interested. I'm surprised it's the Victor and not the Orianna because there's a lot of dive from Maryville. You have Gnar, who's going to be the one that starts these fights. Kai'Sa, that's going to be there to follow up. An Orianna ball would be really helpful, whereas Victor doesn't really want to do that. He's really sitting still and wanting the enemy team to come into him. So let's see what the pick is for Doxa.
I'm looking at Syndra still on the table right now. This is a Doxa special. I don't think it's going to be that Zed. It's the Silas. Locked in to Victor. Doxa. We've seen some disgusting performances from this player on this champion. And in game 3 match point of the grand finals. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, pick of the litter there now. He has the Leona ulti, the Gnar ulti. He's going to be an added playmaker to Winthrop, and he's going to try and put a nail on the coffin of Maryville. But once again, Maryville, they're not out yet. They can make the run. You have to give them that respect. They have insane players, so that's where I look towards Auto Orange and Chippies to be those members. Honestly, I say that because of the champions in Udyr and Gnar being playmakers on that one, at least in the early portions of it, if they're empowering them through the draft. But it's been Evan RL in the bot lane that's been doing it for him. Evan RL and Shady have been constant performance, so maybe we should be looking to them instead.
I absolutely think that Maryville should double down on that. The only, counter to that would say, well, Evan RL got really fed in that last game and was not able to carry. But again, there were just those two key moments, the teleport play top and then that shockwave that really turned things around for the side of Winthrop University. But here we go. Everybody in Twitch chat, let me know who you're rooting for, because Winthrop University want to close this one out in a swift 3-0 to crown themselves the new kings of collegiate. Maryville University will have to win 3 in a row to keep their crown. Loaded onto Summoner's Rift here, Raz. Everything on the table right now.
Silent level 1s. It's always interesting to see when you're in potentially the final game. Not if Maryville has to say, have anything to say about it, but doesn't seem like there's any invades on this one. It's just going to be a full fan from both teams. And so you take a step back. If you're Maryville, you're right. I agree with you. Evan RL and Shady have been the answers for this team. You look towards them, and maybe they can win the game if they can get those advantages and are aware of, let's say, key engages in the enemy team. Last game, Orianna hit them hard.
Absolutely.
Don't want that to happen this game.
I mean, you look at that Orianna shockwave, but you already highlighted there's a Gnar ultimate that Doxa can steal. There's a Leona ultimate Doxa can steal. And also Doxa just has a much more comfortable matchup here against the Victor, right? This is the counter pick that he loves to play. We've seen this multiple times throughout Collegiate where he will opt for the Sylas into that Victor, because also Victor ultimate's fantastic. So, man, we got to keep our eyes on that mid lane matchup for sure. But here we go. Early ward drops down from Winthrop University. They spotted out that the Evan RL and Shady were not leashing for Odd Orange, and they'll also know that Chippies wasn't leashing either, so both junglers should have decent information on each other's stats.
It's just going to be a full clear from both sides to the same position. Oh, here we go, though.
We see this every game, Raz. They are just... Every level 1, Sir Kenji and Saskia are like, no, we win these. We absolutely win these. Go for it.
You know what's interesting is that this one has probably a little bit more meaning. This is the reason why we're looking bot lane. If both junglers are full clearing to path towards bot scuttle, what's going to happen here is ultra important. A missed Nautilus hook, if that hit, that's just lights out, at least from the Scuttle Crab perspective. Odd Orange would just be he would be looking for top lane Scuttle, but we're in a good spot.
It's really cool because they also got that XP from taking that one ward. So they actually got level 2 off of a ranged minion, which is something you don't have to see. Usually it's the triple melee that will hit you level 2. So yeah, if that hook had landed, that would have been a kill, but doesn't go over. Doxa, meanwhile, actually taking some decent poke here in the early stages of laning phase.
Yeah, that's going to be the case early. Sustain and also just the range that the Victor will have will do that for you. It's just going to be when your lane is in this position, like it is for Spyrax, that you have a great gank potential there. Even though Rumble is not really known for it, the Sylas can really force it. So just have to be aware of that, but Spyrax is going to be able to help really early on with the Scuttle Crab contest.
We'll have the early shove right there. Also, bot lane having a shove, and we do see Odd Orange on the bottom half of the map. So is Frost Forest. So if both junglers go for this Scuttle, it's heavily in the favor of Maryville University right now. Yeah, there's really no way that Frost Forest can actually contest this.
It is.
So I like this pathing. Actually going for the Wolves first, but presumably we'll head to the top.
A bit concerning is knowing that Gnar has this much prio top lane. And also Doxa has to base here. Frost Forest might not be able to actually fight for top Scuttle. He might get double. It's an easy double Scuttle.
Yeah,
I think it's actually really difficult. Yeah. There we have
Great early jungle pathing from Odd Orange right now, and also lane priority. Laura mentioned this in the analyst segment that it's all about the laners, but here we go. Forced engage on a Frost Forest. The Rumble's taking a lot of damage. Doxa's joined in. Who gets first blood? It's Odd Orange, but now can they trade it around? Doxa does get one in return, but Odd Orange still pretty healthy. Flash away by Doxa. Now Hybrids is kind of stuck here as the Sylas. Doxa goes back in. Are you kidding me? Little hyphy right there. Solo laners both go down for Winthrop. Maryville went out on the trade.
That was a good eye from Shady to come in early. He knew that this fight was going to happen, came in to help with the contest, and they straight up look for a fight on towards Frost Forest, and that is going to also be double Scuttle. 2 kills over to Odd Orange.
Again, little hyphy from Doxa right there. He got out with the flash. You have to stay out at that point, but well done by Maryville seeing this opportunity.
Sometimes you just got to know when to fold them. And this was a situation where Frost Forest did not want to lose that top Scuttle, thought they could fight for it. And so both supports came in. Shady was the one that was faster. So when you're already in a bad spot, and you still had a numbers disadvantage. It's the hardest loss you can face. Also, I think lost Raptors too there, so huge experience advantage to Odd Orange.
Also gets 2 kills off of that. Oh, yeah, that's going to be ballooning this early game lead over to the side of Maryville. And when you're down 2-0 in a series in the grand finals, you're looking for a performance like this, right? This is an angry Maryville saying, all right, no more handshaking, playing cross map. We are going to get up in the face of Frost Forest with this Udyr pick. The first pick on the blue side paying off dividends to Odd Orange right now, looking very comfortable. He will spot out Frost Forest taking his Raptors, but I don't think that he'll really get onto him. Yeah, Frost Force should get out here as long as he doesn't get caught by the bot lane. Shady and Evan RL are roaming here. Shady has flash. They're just going to commit for... Oh, no! Zenith Blade barely missing.
Rough. That would have been a kill. No flash on Frost Forest. Absolutely it would have been. But at the end, the intent was there. Frost Forest was in an illegal position, was going to die. It's been Maryville that's been tasting blood and have wanted to find these kills.
And they're looking for more. They're also invading here onto the bottom half of the map. Frost Forest, he's got that control ward down, but that'll get cleared out. I don't even think you can take your Grump right now. His bot lanes are roaming up. They don't have a teleport to answer, and Chippy's does. So I feel like maybe you give this over. There we go. Engage back in under Frost Forest. He is trying to return the damage. Flash over by Evan RL. They're just focusing down the Rumble. Frost Forest can't jungle this game. Sir Kenji will fall as well. He flashes away, but still a double kill to Evan RL. Maryville showing up huge in this early game. Play after play, kill after kill.
It is a snowball, and it's just going down that mountain. Yeah, you can't take your Grump. Not only added by the added strength of being stronger in a 3v3, Victor is coming too. It is once again another numbers disadvantage. It is now an insanely desperate position if you are Frost Forest.
And the big difference between game number 2 and this one, Raz, is that we don't see the cross-map plays from Winthrop on the top half, right? Like, that was the big thing. But right as I say that, we do see 3-member top lane. Chippy's in a lot of trouble. He goes Mega, doesn't have Flash, will fall to Frost Forest. So, okay, Winthrop, they got something down.
Yeah, we didn't get to see the setup of that one coming out of the replay. You know, both sides of Maryville University were just coming out of base. So, it's a nice pickoff. You know, being able to take Chippies, especially with Frost Force being a part of that. But here we are again, guys.
Again, level 5. Yeah, it's... that just feels bad for Frost Force. He can't be in the jungle. Look at Shady. Look at Spyrex's control of the mid wave. Like, you know that you can't be there when your mid laner just back, but he thought maybe he could seal that away as a level 5 Rumble. His options are so small now.
This is a bit of a tilter, guys. When you're in games like these, you have to know what your strong point is if you want to find success. And in this game, a little bit of Doxa and a little bit of Varus and Saskew. This was the setup here. They just straight up ulted Chippies, and they didn't have vision of the river. So yeah, Chippies was just trying to get this one pushed in when the rest of his team was back at base. This was just a bad timing for Chippies, but in the end, I don't think it'll amount to much. It's just an added kill to Frost Forest.
I mean, it helps Frost Forest, right, who's still level 5 as the Rumble, down a full level over Odd Orange, might get double leveled as well. When in games 1 and 2, we saw Frost Forest constantly being the better of that one, but both on the Udyr pick, I think that we're seeing the difference now, the priority that Udyr has for both of these teams. Both these junglers really liking this one, and Odd Orange just able to control the map so much more in the early stages, get so many more kills for the team, and netting a 3,000 gold lead here.
It's just one of those games where you need prio on some point of the map. And bot lane was a good pushback of a wave. And this was talking about double scuttle when it happened. Spyrax is naturally in the matchup going to have push there. Chippy's the very same. It's just a rough going for your jungler. Oh, no!
Ignite! The Ignite! It does it! Odd Orange flashes just in case. But still, Ignite from Shady will pick up another kill onto Sir Kenji. Raz, it's just looking like a nightmare scenario for Winthrop. They were so confident. They were up 2-0 in the series. Now Maryville is back online.
And they're basing at the perfect time to try and stop this Rift Herald. Let's see if they can get here for it. Because if Rift Herald is picked up from Frost Forest, then I think this is a great trade. But they're darting straight towards the position. Nars also coming over. Let's see if they can at least get a trade-off. Yeah.
Shady, no flash, no ignite, so it's just going to be a bare Leona, and Sir Kenji has also joined in here, does have ignite available, so slight Summoner Spell advantage over to the side of Winthrop. They will claim that Rift Herald.
All right, at least they got that going for themselves. So overall, a nice trade from Winthrop, but Maryville, they're unstoppable. Next Dragon's going to be coming up in 1:50, and that's almost certainly going to be going over to Maryville. Winthrop has to use that timer in which Dragon is being picked up to place that Rift Trail topside, because you don't really have a pick of the litter or where you can place it.
You want to get that gold into the pocket of your carries, I'd have to presume, right? I mean, you're saying top lane could be the focus, but you ideally would want that gold onto Doxa, maybe onto Saskio instead. Try and get some more gold funneled into these solo carries, but the difficulty of that decision, is that there's always the counterplay from Maryville, and they're so willing to play through those lanes right now. 2-0 on Spyrax, getting towards that mythic item, and now we see Maryville going into this river. Still a minute till Dragon's up, but they're already beginning to control the areas. Doxa's taking a really rough trade against Spyrax right here, getting chunked out.
Yeah, it's another way. It's a nice way to keep topped up in lane. I remember seeing this pretty consistently from DoNB back in the day, but it makes it so Doxa's low. And sure, you have the sustain, but to be able to get that sustain, you have to heavy trade. And guess who's next to you in lane? That's Leona. Maryville playing well around Spyrax at this point in the game.
And Doxa's just been taking constant poke from Spyrax, who will now back. I'm not sure how much gold he has, if this will be a completed mythic item, the first of the game, or just going to get him some more components for this upcoming dragon fight. If Winthrop even want to contest this, right? I mean, it is only second dragon. They don't have to, but no, it's just Merc Treads picked up by Spyrax right there. Still going to give him a lot of stats for that fight. TP on top side, not going to amount for much here unless they can force the engage. Chippy flashes, beautifully avoiding hybrids right there. He might just turn it back, trying to get the kill. Doxa, though, he is here on the flank. There's the flash forward, ultimate into the Nard. Chippies goes down for the third time. This is the only play Winthrop can find, but they are finding it.
That makes it easy for Chippies to look back and be like, yeah, this is literally the only window they can get. Our entire team is trying to get vision around Dragon. I just have to play back. And worst case scenario, if I'm just feeling bored, can't really do much topside, just go mid lane to secure the play and not have to have I mean, he doesn't have TP, but another situation to not have to rely on that. But either way, a free pickup on Dragon for Maryville, and a nice play from Doxa to go top lane with hybrids and get the kill.
The issue that I have is it's diminishing returns, right? The more you kill Chippies, the less gold he's worth. Yeah, you're trying to put the Gnar behind, but he's still up in CS against the Scion, who won't take full advantage of Gnar going down in that lane. So ultimately, you're just trying to get gold onto Doxa, who doesn't even have a Dark Seal that he's stacking up right now. So pressure onto the mid laner. We've seen Doxa carry before, but can he do it right now? The team is down 3K, even if he is having a good lane for himself. Saskio has to flash away there from Shady. Oh, this is looking really dire on the bottom half now. He could get dove.
Great flash, though. I don't think he can. You're seeing both Frost Forest and Sir Kenji come towards bot lane. I will make a note that Frost Forest is still holding on to a Rift Herald, so I don't think he's going to be able to use it. The only opportunity would be top lane. He's going to get picked off, actually.
Yeah, he's just going to go down. Gets the equalizer, but Shady and Odd Orange roaming together, getting out of lane, catching Frost Forest, and now that timer might just expire while he's dead.
Yeah, absolutely. This goes back to the plan that I was talking about. On Dragon, I was thinking he would go top lane. Even post-Dragon, once that was taken down, I would expect him to do that, because that's really the only option you have. They're just going to have full control of bot river, full control of mid, so even if you were to place a Rift Herald bot lane, they'll just kill it before it actually
He's up in
reaches
2
the
seconds.
turret.
He can get it. If he presses it right now, he can get it down.
Throw it down!
Drop it now. Frost Forest, you still have the Rift Herald. Frost Forest, he's got to realize, right? Okay, there we go. I think he used it.
He's got it. We're good.
Okay. He just wanted to get as far out as possible. I thought I was panicking right there.
So it's going to make a bit of a Terry Fox run towards the top lane. I'm fine with that. The only thing, of course, is you're going to have an opportunity to try and pick it off as the wave is coming in. But I think he's able to push it into the turret.
Absolutely, but there's no turret plates because it is past 14 minutes, so it won't take the full turret. It's just going to chunk it out here, but at least they do get the use, right? That is something here for the side of Winthrop University. They're on the back foot, Raz. They were up in the series, but now in Game 3, they are struggling here. So, again, I mean, what are avenues for them to try and get back into this? Because Maryville are not giving them a lot of room to think or breathe. Ooh. Play on the bot side. Right as I say it, Evan RL walks into a bush blind and a shutdown to Saskio. That's a hell of a way to start the comeback. Now teleport coming in though. Saskio could be in trouble. Uses the heal. Locked down by Leota. Chain CC. He can't go anywhere. Saskio blown up. But now they try and turn back onto Sir Kenji. Teleport was used by Hybrids. Doxa jumps in, steals the Udyr ultimate. I don't know if that was a misclick, if he's trying to go for Shady or Chippies instead, but now he's gonna fall. Doxa in a 1v4 situation, but not quite fed enough to actually clutch that one out. And Winthrop University looking out of sorts right now. Maryville are corralling them with this wave pushing bot side. Do they want to dive a Scion? I don't think so. They will back off.
Hey, man, the question you were asking is even more legitimate now. They found a play on towards Evan RL, but the exit strategy, there wasn't one, including with the TP coming through from the Scion. Saskio's the target is an easy one. They're able to pop him. And you're right, a little questionable from Doxa. Let's just see who is nearby, who he could have been picking the ultimate from.
I think he was trying to click Chippies probably, maybe
yeah,
Shady.
I think Chippies. It was right next to the character model. Either way, he dies for it, dashing in towards 4 members. But rough going at things. And to answer your question, it's playmaking. You know, there's a reason why he was trying to aim for the Chippies ultimate. Because to get back into this game, they just need that one positive team fight that can result in, you know, 4 minutes from now, let's say a Baron, right? It's just that one playmaker that's going to do it for you. We saw it in the previous game, and they need that for this one as well.
They may try to make the play here at the Rift Herald. They send Hybrids immediately down from Fountain to this play, but Chippies has joined in as well, so this would be a straight-up 5v5. The gold 3.5k in the favor of Maryville University. Multiple mythics completed, and no mythic yet on Frost Force, so you would have to favor Maryville in this fight just based on the item advantage that they have, but maybe Winthrop can find something. They might just back off.
Oh no, the positioning is also pretty bad from Winthrop. They have to win this fight or they lose the dragon as well.
Flank from Hybrids, flank from Doxa. It's going to be a split fight. Everyone from Maryville are grouped up onto the Equalizer. This is a good start here for Winthrop. They're taking down the jungler. Odd Orange gets bursted down. Evan RL jumps onto the backline. A huge ult from Chippies. Maryville doing what they can to win this fight. Lockdown onto Saskio. 80 carries are traded, but Winthrop have more members left grouped up. Chippies all alone. He's going to try and jump over this wall if he can, and he does get out, so he's buying a little more time. Dox commits the flash. He wants this kill guaranteed. Does not want to give it over to Chippies. Flash the TSM emo. Maybe a little early. Maybe a little early, Doxa. Don't know if you earned that one quite. Come on, man. He's right there. All right, Doxa finally picking up the kill. Winthrop at least turned that play around.
And doing it stylishly, too, and that's going to be Winthrop actually in a position to pick up Drake. We'll see after the replay. But yeah, great Rumble ulti on 3 members. And the Ever RL wants to come in and help out Odd Orange, sees an opportunity, but he goes straight into 3 members. And even though Chippy's ultimate is quite nice, still Saskio is going to be able to help out in killing Evan RL. So a great team fight win for Winthrop. And the disrespect from Doxa as he chases him over the wall. He even uses flash on this one. He ain't letting you go. Not only was the TSM emote my favorite, it was this as well.
Yeah.
Faces in front of him. Faces in front. Yeah, I got you.
I mean, but that was after missing 2 skill shots, mind you. So I don't know how much we can say that was a disrespect as much of a, maybe a BM right there. You got to earn it, Doxa. You got to earn the plays like that. But either way, he does still pick up a kill. 4 and 2 on the Silas right now. And this is a momentum swing here for Winthrop, Raz. We were asking, how do they come back? You said playmaking. They kind of just forced that play, but it still did go in their favor.
Yeah, and they got the dragon off that. I think Winthrop, their way back into the game is exactly that. I thought it was going to be a rough team fight for Maryville. I didn't really see Spyrex positioning. He wasn't really in camera view for me. But if that's just free damage going on to Odd Orange, just being picked down by Sir Kenji, then yeah, you're going to lose that fight every time. He's your front line. So I don't expect to see a mistake like that again. But Winthrop is clawing right back in. It's just a 2k gold lead for Maryville. So it seems like anything's on the table.
Scary thing, though, is Spyrex, right? This mid laner coming in, substitute for the team, looked fantastic in the round of 8, fantastic in the semifinals. 4-0-1 on the victor. If there's ever a game to show that there is no such thing as Doxa Diff, it is this game. Spyrex He wasn't really that visible in that last fight, but if he finds that fight where the Victor can pop off, there's just so little chance that Winthrop can survive. He will melt through Saskio, Doxa, Frost Forest. So eyes on Spyrax. How does this mid laner really want to play this one out? How do you position in these team fights? He's looking to group up with the team.
Yeah.
Shady slashing over the wall, but there's really nothing to force a fight for.
He does make it incredibly difficult for Serkenji and hybrids to play out a fight if it is a natural front-to-back setting for Maryville. Not only you place down your W so that that kind of field makes it easier for you to kite. Oh no, Odd Orange.
Odd Orange. Separated from the team, has to flash.
Yeah, I didn't have eyes on Frost Forest, so he thought he could just go straight towards the Scuttle Crab. This is Winthrop territory. So just a little bit of a shortcut that he was trying to take, but now he's going to lose that. He's going to lose his blue buff. This is looking good for Winthrop.
They have full control over the Baron half of the map. It's still only 20 minutes, 30 seconds in, so probably unlikely that we'll see this taken anytime soon, but still, you like to see this kind of vision control. We see all these red wards dropped down. Shady's doing what he can to clear these out, but if they can track Odd Orange, he's been the playmaking for Maryville in this game, right? The early stages, it was all the Udyr where he was going. So if Winthrop can just keep their eyes on him, either make a counterplay or just avoid his plays, it's a great way for Winthrop to try and bounce back here.
So let me give you a picture of what this team fight, would look like. And this is what's going to be difficult for
the predictive play-by-play, Raz. Give it to me.
Well, it's the thing is, Chippies wants to play these team fights off with the Mega Gnar ulti, right? But then oftentimes you have to ask who's going to follow up. Odd Orange can be there. Shady can follow up with an ultimate, and Evan RL. Evan RL has been going in and oftentimes hadn't had them really much of a dive buddy to do it with him. He's been dying pretty consistently at that, and it's because Spyrax wants to play in or at least the Victor wants to play in a completely different way. So if it was an Orianna, I can see it working really well, but a Victor really can't help you and support that. So it seems like they, in my opinion, have to play on a front-to-back way. But too often are they diving in, and Evan RL is dying pretty early in these fights.
But if they do find that front-to-back, again, this build coming in from Spyrax at Leandri's will do some big DPS, percentage-based help to the likes of hybrids, to the likes of Serkenji. So it's like, can Maryville find the fight or not? That's kind of what I'm thinking here, because so far Winthrop have done a good job of avoiding the fights until they're ready for it. But right as I say that, Doxa flashes away preemptively on the top half, uses that Everfrost, hits both members of Maryville, and will get out safely.
Oh, here we go, another fight.
Engage on the mid side. They don't have numbers, though. 4 from Winthrop are here. Shady has to flash. Heal out of Heaven RL as well. That was pretty close. Oh, they actually stopped the back with the piercing arrow. Saskio doing what he can right there. Now that's going to be Shady backing. Dragon's up at 36. This should be priority around the river for Winthrop.
Yeah, and it seems like TP is going to be up soon for Doxa, so he's kind of debating whether he should go top. I think he should just be with his team. Full 5 men up towards this objective, and that's going to be a second Mountain Dragon possibly for Winthrop, so Maryville don't want to give that over. Remember, that's a double front line with a Scion. Don't want to give those mountains over them.
Scion will be pretty much impossible to kill if they're able to get towards that soul, but now Frost Force, they have to position very carefully. They gave up the choke point. Winthrop actually had the inside track. Chippies goes for the hero play, the engage. Evan RL jumps in. Actually, no, it is Shady that jumps in, but Evan RL now getting that double kill onto Saskio. There's no more AD carry. It's just going to be Doxa. Can he actually output the damage? They do take down Evan RL. So trade around, but Spyrax still untouched. Spyrax still doing damage. Spyrax will not go down. Doxa tries to take him out. Frost Force flashing forward as well, but look at the damage. Spyrax on the Victor is just shredding through Winthrop University. Maryville find their fight.
And Odd Orange survives that with a sliver 8 HP. He's able to heal that back up, but clutch plays. Evan RL might have died, but he was a huge key factor of that team fight, assassinating Saskio at the very beginning. Really well done. I want to see the replay of that one. That's going to give the 3rd dragon over to Maryville.
And it was Winthrop that had the inside track originally. Then they just give up this choke point. Let's take another look at that engage, though.
Chippies does not care. 3-man ultimate. That was humongous. And they're able to get almost gets the kill on the Saskio, but as I said, Evan RL assassinates him on the back half of that and does it in a very safe position as well. Frost Forest wants to find a way to join the fight, only finds this moment in doing so. But take a look at Odd Orange. just drives straight on towards the Doscus, waits it out, and when he gets the killing blow, is just that a sliver of HP to get out of there.
Yeah. And that was, again, Winthrop, they were in that mid-river bush, and then they all just back off. They allow Maryville to walk in instead, giving up all that priority that they built for themselves with that chunk on the Shady, and that means that Maryville had a much better setup for that. Well done from Maryville University to not let this game get out of control, right? They still have this crazy team fight that we were highlighting. Now Spyrax 7-0 on the victor, even bigger.
Yeah, with that triple kill on the back half of that team fight, he's unstoppable, and now has some magic penetration to call for it. Winthrop University needs to find a way to dive onto him, because at this point in game, he seems unstoppable.
It's a 5K gold lead over to Maryville. It's looking like the momentum of the series is swinging back here, Raz. They had a great early game. It was looking slightly dicey as Winthrop were finding a couple plays into their way, making those cross-map rotations. But now Maryville back in a solid driver's seat here. They're clearing out their jungle. Baron is the next big objective, and you see all this vision control from Maryville on that. Doesn't look like they're actually hard committing to this top half of the map. They are allowing Winthrop to walk in here. This might be another mistake. I think that if you have that, you can hold that. There's really nothing else for you to be going for instead, but Winthrop walk in, I guess, is more just to make sure that it's not be taken.
Hey, you know, they got mid lane control here. That's actually much better. That just means that Winthrop have to concede topside vision here. Both of them, you know, jungle and support are basing now. And I want to see what is going to be the play here from Maryville University, because Maryville, 2 minutes until they get Soul, Mountain Soul too. Baron is always an option, but like I said in the previous game, you can always just hold mid control, have one person just take out Soul for you, and then try and contest late for Baron. That seems to be the only play Winthrop has, and Maryville has a plan against it.
Trying to contest late, trying to scale a little bit, right? We look at the things like the Scion can scale pretty much infinitely as a tank. Rumble scales very well in the damage department, right? But
yeah,
it's like you're staring down Victor with the engage potential of the Leona, Nar, Udyr, and Maryville. The last couple engages have found very strong ones. So I don't even know if I favor Winthrop in the scaling department. It really will just come down to, can they find the play that they want? But again, from the narrative of Maryville, they are looking really good here in game number 3. They want to make this a series.
Absolutely. Hey, you know, when Winthrop had teamfight wins, it was off of a great Rumble ultimate in a corridor. I remember specifically one that happened topside around the Rift Herald fight that ended up happening. Like, fights like these worked out really well for Winthrop, and you have to kind of fish for it. So Maryville should be hyper aware of that, try and deny that. Don't give an inch to Winthrop, and then find yourself into a game 4.
I just want to give props right now to Maryville as an organization, as a school, as a program, taking care of their players like this. This is such a different look from Maryville than back with the old Niles roster, right? Where we see carry top laners, Gangplank, pretty much their mainstay in the top lane. Such a different identity, and it's such a different play style now, but still making it all the way to the finals, pushing Winthrop here, and still having a great chance of making this a long series. I mean, it's just impressive when you can do that for that long as an organization. Now looking on to Doxa. Can't find the engage quite yet. Maryville, though, with that flash down, yeah, they can look at Dragon.
Yeah, so here it is. This is the moment that we've been waiting for. Rumble Ultimate went to the wayside. Is not effective at all. So that's going to be no Rumble ulti, no flash for Doxa. They cannot fight for this Dragon. They have to give it up.
That equalizer might be back up. Might be by the time the Dragon spawns. And he also does back and get that Zonia. So double Zonias on the side of Winthrop. Got to track those in these fights. Maybe they can make some crazy plays happen here. And yeah, looking at the cooldown, I think the Frost Force will get an equalizer back. So it's really just a chunk, but they are just giving up mid control. They're not interested in mid priority, not interested in catching that top wave. Winthrop want the track of this Dragon. They might just catch Chippies right now. Oh no, the top laner's down for Maryville. And that might just give Dragon over to Winthrop.
One window, and that was it. We were just waiting for that one mid wave for them to actually move and help Chippies, but he dies on that window, and now that's going to be Dragon over to Winthrop. It might be a Baron answer, but look at it.
Okay,
they want this fight
forward. Yeah, what are they going to do? Hard commit on the hybrids. Maryville with a death brush. Not expecting the Scion to just walk at them, but they were prepared in case Winthrop weren't staggered correctly. But Winthrop say, we'll take the Dragon, shove in these waves, and honestly, they're happy with that. They don't need to force the Baron right now.
Yeah, you know, just give him, especially in moments like these, you don't want to overreach. We're at a dangerous part of the game where one death, even with an advantage, it doesn't matter if you have control for 100% of the game up until this point. If you lose one kill, that's Baron position. And then, of course, you have to contest. You lose a fight because you've lost Baron position, and that's Baron.
You
and
don't
we've
have
seen
Nautilus
multiple
ult,
games.
Marisol.
Exactly. You don't want that happening. So Winthrop, you know, recognizing that being able to pick those fights, take small wins. But Maryville, understand, okay, we lost one. Let's not have that happen again.
Now, you said, I agree with all the points you made, but the counterpoint is, come on, guys, just go for the play. It's a 5v4. You can win the team fight, right? But Winthrop not opting for that play after all, which means that Maryville will actually get the priority around this Baron instead, dropping some control wards, dropping some vision, trying to get deep into Winthrop's jungle and get up in their face. Doxa has to walk very far away. Keep in mind, still doesn't have that flash from earlier, but they didn't have to use Zhonya's for that play at Dragon because there was just that pick. And now they just get the vision, so it's just kind of the Baron vision dance at this point in the game.
Yeah, they're just kind of stalling out. It's on Maryville that's in position, but Silas is holding the wave here in the top lane, so he's able to farm out. There's really no rush here for Winthrop on you know, Baron being it's on Maryville whether they want to start it or not. So nothing's really happening here that's of interest.
Yeah, even though there was that pick and Dragon going over to Winthrop, that was just prolonging the game, right? It's still Maryville with a 5,000 gold lead. They're still on Dragon Soul. They still have all this prio, and they still have a 7-0 victor. Spyrax still just gigantic on this pick right now, and the team fights will decide everything. Maryville want to wait for it. Neither of these teams forcing anything, so we're kind of at a lull state right now, Raz. There's not a lot happening on the map. None of these small objectives are willing to fight for, and no one's actually committing to the Baron.
But Silas is getting stronger in the meantime. I mean, that's why he was holding wave top lane, has himself Cosmic Drive, Zhonya's. That's double Zhonya's on their side. So they can feel a little bit more confident in picking fights with the Udyr and not just expecting them to get CC stun locked to death. That's nice to see. But it kind of goes back to the setup. The setup matters insanely. Oh, Serkenji might get picked off.
We say that setup. Serkenji is a tank, but he's blown up at the start of the fight. The Equalizer's doing a lot of damage. Teleport coming in. Hybrid's got to be this front line now. Doxa, can he get in there? It's really not safe. Chippy is about to go mega. Has the ultimate available, so Winthrop have to back off. They lost their support, and now Chippy's getting aggressive on a Doxa. Will not find the engage. Maryville don't need the engage. They still have 5. They still have the inside track of this Baron.
I don't think Maryville wants to start Baron yet, but we're going for another pick.
Chippies finds Frost Forest. Now they could probably do it. Now that the enemy jungler is down, what a find from the top laner of Maryville.
Yeah, TP just to see if they can get a fight off, but it's looking great here for Maryville. Maryville just wants to start a fight. I think they should.
Doxa's got Gnarl. Doxa's got Gnarl. He gets in there, but he does not get all members. He's going to get chunked down. Asko Golden very early in the fight. Saskio's doing what he can, but there's no one to peel for him. Doxa's out. Saskio's out. A double kill to Evan RL. Hybrids will fall as well. Everything going to Maryville.
There it is, St. Louis hopefuls. Maryville is awake. They are online in the series. Serkenji was just poking his head out, just making sure if there was any vision there, found a lot of members on the opposite side. And so Maryville did a great thing. They recognized that if they started Baron right there, half HP on Auto Orange, and also Chippy's ultimate was going to be timing out. Right here, another opportunity, nets the jungler, and then you have it all.
Beautifully done by Chippy. Spyrax with the range of the Victor can also follow up easily to give that last bit of damage that they needed to get that pick right there. And that was through Frost Forest Zhonya's as well. Still, I guess he still has it. He was chain CC'd through that, but yeah, Maryville with a commanding lead right now. It's looking like they can wrap this game up shortly, Raz. They have so much control over this dragon, which will be spawning in 30 seconds. That is the Mountain Soul. And just look at their items that they got. That's 4 items on Evan RL. Yep. That's 4 items on Spyrax. There's just nothing that Winthrop can hope for here, except for a miracle.
Also, a summoner spell advantage, where flashes across the board except for Auto Orange are there for Maryville. Meanwhile, your carries in Doxa and Sasko do not have this for the dragon that's coming up right now. So really difficult fight, but Winthrop need a miracle here.
Hybrid's looking to be the front line. Look at Chippy's really long flank right now, and his Narbar is getting really high. If Winthrop don't realize that Chippy's is right here, he could go for the insane flank. Gets onto Saskio and Frost Force. There's Shane CC'd. Evan RL dives onto the back line, goes golden, but the rest of his team can carry the rest of the fight. Maybe not. Doxa steals an R ultimate. Can Doxa turn it around? He's gotten onto Auto Orange, but yeah, the rest of the team is dead. Maryville University are too strong. They got too much gold. They will win another team fight, and they will take Dragon Soul.
They're also eyeing the inhibitor as well. That's going to be Dragon Soul, Mountain Dragon as well. And then, of course, huge gold going to be coming into their pockets off these turrets. Maryville rejuvenated. It's nice to see it because we have a series on our hands.
Absolutely. They were upset coming into this one. I was saying in the between games there, Raz, at Maryville, this is not the look that we expected for them. Coaching staff, everybody's going to say, all right, guys, reset, refresh, new game, new side of the map, and this is really favoring them this time around. Let's take another look at this flank from Chippies.
Chippies is a mental nirvana right there. Of course, having rough moments throughout the game, but this was huge for his team. He was able to just throw the back side of the team fight, the carries, away from the front line, and they just burn straight through hybrids. So great team fight overall, and great flanks coming in from Chippies.
Again, Doxa focuses down Evan RL, but look at this. Spyrax 907 on the Victor was pretty much untouched throughout that entire fight. This is not a single damage threat composition that Maryville have drafted. If anything, Evan RL is just a distraction at this point. Spyrax is the true carry here, and Doxa, he's able to take down one, but never the other, and that's got to be frustrating for Winthrop. But Maryville fans in the chat right now feeling a lot better about the way this series is starting to swing here, because they just got to put the final nails in the coffin of Winthrop's base. Doxa's walking very far forward. He might get spotted out here, might get engaged on, but Hybrid's still that tanky frontliner. Winthrop are just grouping up.
Yeah, they're working as a unit to kind of block what they're trying to do top lane, but remember, there's also a huge mid wave coming through that's being escorted from Chippies, so they have to really deal with that.
No, maybe they find the engage, equalizer down, Auto Orange chunked out. It's not enough, not nearly enough. It's only a fourth of the health bar of the Udyr with 2 ultimates used. Winthrop definitely wanted more there. But how much longer can they hold out for here? Maryville hoping to end it right now. Chippy's getting close to Mega. They're taking down another inhibitor turret. No turret to fight for now from Winthrop. Dox is very far forward. He has the Meganar ultimate himself. But that's the second inhib falling.
One Scion comes back from base, the fight's starting. Doxa has Gnar ultimate. He's not going to have that for a while.
Sir Kenji thought that it was starting, but his team might not have been ready. He's already out of the fight. Frost Forest has to flash away and go golden just to stay alive, but it's still a 4v5 under the Nexus turrets, but the Nexus turrets just aren't doing enough. A double kill to Evan RL. Maryville University are going to fight back in game 2. Give us a series, a huge engage by Doxa, but it's just not enough. Too much gold, too much power to Maryville University. They will take down these Nexus turrets. They win the team fight, and they will bring us to a game number 4. Maryville University, the Kings are not out yet. They won a series, and they're giving it to us.
They strike back. This is when Maryville start to just rejuvenate, right? A lot of people, it was getting too Winthrop favored in the chat. Too many people were doubting Maryville, and so the copiums turned into hopium. They're ready to run it with a reverse sweep.
Everybody's putting their channel points on Winthrop, like, oh, easy 3-0 after those first 2 games. Maryville's just playing the long game, man. They're like, all right, we're going to mine some of those for ourselves here. Go for the long con. Looking to reverse sweep here. They got to win 2 more, but that was a statement game for a game 3. When you're down 2-0 in a series like that, and you just come out and smack your opponents, Winthrop looked like they had so few answers other than dive chippies over and over again, I guess.
Yeah, honestly, people talk about momentum in a series. What it ultimately means is that the players now know what they're doing is working. You know, positive reinforcement always helps. When you're losing, you're like, damn, there's so many holes in this ship that we need to fix. What really is going to work for us to get a win? But in this case, Maryville were just winning straight through team fights. So expect going back towards that. Camille, beginning of the series, probably not going to see that anymore. just go straight towards a team fight centric composition. Chippies, although he was playing having some weak moments and was playing on weak side, had huge team fight moments that is going to carry through into the next game.
The Kings of Collegiate feeling revitalized after that win. Raz, they dig in deep and take game number 3. We're going to send it to a short break before the State Farm analyst brings us back and digs in with them to break down what exactly happened in that game, what the implications are for the rest of the series. You will not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. Maryville fans, stand tall. You ain't out of this yet. MU and the rest of the squad made sure to pull through with the victory so that they push this series forward. And I don't think we could expect anything less of our reigning champions. We did get a little bit of a flip up this time, though. The first time that we had a reversal of the side selection and Alorum a clear priority to get the jungler on MU's side in a comfortable position.
It's Udyr Kingdom. I knew it. It was just all you had to do was pick blue side and pick Udyr. He's looked really, really good this series. And when you have these kind of scrappy games, what's better than having the very, very simple character of Udyr? You don't have to aim it. You could play with your eyes closed. You got your hand on the mouse. And it's so easy to just get up there, stun, and get your job done. I'm so happy that they put the priority on this because Odd Orange has looked a little shaky on some of the other picks. But on the Udyr, he's looking fine.
It's funny you describe it that way. One of my favorite segments from the LCS this year was the Azael super complicated breakdown of what made Udyr so strong, you know, getting that flash and the slap in that right sequence. But there is a lot of power behind the pick, especially when operated by the junglers that know how to do so. And TJ, if we're looking at Maryville trying to put themselves in that light that people know they can be in, they were making some much more proactive plays early.
Yeah, we saw that they were able to be a little bit more on comfort, it looked like, where, again, Shady is being able to make really aggressive plays, they commit flashes forward, and they do end up catching the Rumble out in their jungle, which ends up being a dive and a double kill for Evan. This really sets him up for success because, as we saw in the previous game, Evan got really fed. He was able to have different play opportunities, but this time they were able to follow through with it a little bit better. And I think that came from Winthrop's maybe a little lack of comfort on certain champions and relatively good execution from Maryville.
Maryville, maybe, yeah, as you're saying, taking advantage of a little bit of that lack of comfort on the other side. As you noted, TJ, going into this was the first time we saw Winthrop on the red side, as they have preferred blue side going through. But continuing on what MU brought through as a strength, bringing that team play together, it felt like their coordination, Alorm, was much more collected this time around to really take control of the plays.
Yeah, throughout this game, Maryville had just been getting advantage after advantage for most of these team fights, and it allowed them to control the vision on the top side once Baron spawned, and they were able to get these great baits. When someone was face checked, they would just one-shot them and back up, as we could see for this fight. They get the teleport, and then they just do it again. Once everything rests, they do it one more time. They go to the person that's coming up in front in the face check, and they go back onto the Baron. And due to the advantage in numbers that they have, it makes doing the Baron and going for one more fight very easy for them. Orange secures the smite with no jungler around, and afterward they clean up everyone else. This was a very easy to execute composition, and I'm glad that they played it correctly, because once they get ahead, it's very difficult for Winthrop to actually face check these bushes.
Now, one thing I'd like to note on that is I'd love to see Saskio play maybe something a little bit different than the Varus. It hasn't looked that strong, and now that Evan's had 2 games in a row on the Kai'Sa where he's doing pretty well, I'd like to see a little bit of a switch up. Maybe it turns into a Varus ban instead of a Varus takeaway. But something should probably change down there because he has not had the impact that he should have in this type of game.
Speaking about that a bit further, as we know that Winthrop have elected to go back over to blue side, and when we're talking about a player like Saskio, we've seen him so effective on picks like the Jinx, for instance, that we know for him to pilot so well. Alorm, if you're looking at kind of what you want to see differently here, do you think that is the key, maybe starting to index into him continually a bit more to get him on some comfortable picks, or is maybe your concern elsewhere?
I think my concern's elsewhere, because a lot of the times in these in this series for the bot lane, the AD carries really aren't that big into the play. It's usually up to the supports and the junglers on how the play ends up. I do think that Varus is a strong priority pick right now. He's very good with the CC ultimate. That being said, they're just trading AD carries and trading farm while the supports make the plays. So what I want to see is who's going to get the Nautilus. Are they going to give Sir Kenji back the Nautilus? Is he on blue side? Are they going to give up Gwen again? I doubt it, because even Maryville banned Gwen on blue side themselves. So we'll have to see what they prioritize. And in my opinion, the biggest pick on my mind right now is Udyr. Are they going to give away the Udyr on blue side? We've seen it first pick before, or are they just going to ban it?
Speaking a little more on that Nautilus, Sir Kenji played so many games of it yesterday, they even B1'd it, which is completely unheard of in the current meta. So I'm wondering, now that Winthrop's on blue side again, are they going to B1 that Nautilus and really roam around and play the Nautilus gambit? Or will they go back to maybe an Udyr takeaway or even the Gwen?
There were remarks that we heard about his play on the Nautilus, not just in piloting a champion that has that ability to really get those engages going, but from a leadership perspective and leading into those fights and that heavy decision making. We'll have to keep watching on in the series to see who ends up stepping forward in the next game, because as you know, Maryville are starting to show signs of life to continue pushing through to defend their championship title here at the College League of Legends Championship. But I can't wait to see if Winthrop are going to respond hard in game number 4. We'll see you right after this.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. but that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome back, one and all, to Game 4 of the 2021 League of Legends Collegiate Championship Series, where Maryville University fight back. The Kings will not go down in 3-0 fashion. They want to give us a series, and they're looking down the barrel of a very difficult-to-defeat Winthrop University, but they did have their number in that last game, Raz. We've seen 3 wins on blue side right now, and a lot of priority on Udyr. I'm happy that the analyst desk was talking about that, because I think that that's very much going to shape the rest of the series.
It's definitely the easy way to think about it. I think a lot of junglers around the world have been punished with going Rumble into Udyr. Rumble may be a great team fighter, but certainly Udyr is going to be a better scrapper, and he just did not let Frost Forest farm. So great start on that game to Odd Orange, and now Maryville has the answer. They're going to be on red side this time around. I want to see what the response is.
Again, we've seen all 3 games, whoever's on blue side has won, and they've all picked that Udyr right off the bat. So, Maryville, the question is, do they ban it? Winthrop are keeping the same bans, right? Senna, Gangplank, Lee Sin, they're not adapting their strategy at all. Maryville, they banned the Thresh and the Gwen, and there we do see the Udyr ban.
And now, if you're Winthrop, Varus is probably going to be the next one, because Morgana and Rumble are going to be probably interchangeable. Let's see, Nocturne. Interesting. Really interesting.
That's been banned. Maryville's been banning that every single time.
Nocturne is a great flex and also really good into some of these AP junglers, so instant lock-in from Maryville to go into this, but Nocturne, I wonder where it's going to go.
I've always felt Nocturne is a compositional champion, right? Like, it's great to pick up, you know, maybe red 4, blue 5, somewhere around there. Once you already see what the compositions are going to look like, but first, picking the Nocturne, yeah, it's flexible, but scary to lock in right away. Maryville are answering with the Rumble of their own. They say no Udyr this time around, so we want that Rumble and the Kaisa.
I think it's interesting. I know Nocturne gets a you know, bad rep in some of the games that it loses because it's very much an all-in type, but it's not the same Nocturne that people remember of the old. It's a stride breaker, bruiser Nocturne. He stays in the fight much longer, and so he's going to get a chain off for a Kaisa if he has a Kaisa on his team, but he's going to have a Jinx on his team this time around. Saskio picking up the Jinx has been picked up for him multiple times. I think Jinx and Trist have been picked up back to back in his previous series, so this time he's going to go right back to that Jinx.
But they're not opting for the Nautilus this time. It's not the Nautilus angle, I guess. The Leona paired with the Jinx instead. Maryville do have that Nautilus on the table if they want that side of the matchup. I feel like Winthrop may be realizing they haven't been feeling as confident with the Nautilus into Leona, but we will see both locked in.
Yeah, and let's see what we get here. What Leona's great at is forcing out flashes, and if he gets a flash out of a target, that long-range ultimate is going to be great setup. In this case, setting up Nocturne ulti, setting up the Jinx rocket, all these things are pretty nice long-range answers. Let's see what 4-5 looks like for Winthrop Eagles.
They're taking away the Aatrox. They do not want Hybrids to get that again. If you're just joining us, Hybrids had maybe the performance of his career in that game number 2.
Yeah.
That was absolutely insane, but unfortunately we'll not get to run that one back. But to me, this says that Maryville probably going to lock in their top laner and then get that counter pick for Spyrex, right? I mean, presumably you'd have to assume. But Winthrop also giving respect to Spyrex's Yone with another ban.
I wonder what it's going to be like in 4-5. The Scion has been the answer here from Hybrids. He does have a Nocturne, maybe he commits to it. These are all these questions that I have involved because the Gnar was a great pick from Chippies, and I think he should just go straight back to it. You know, some of these plays have been kind of unfortunate, but those big plays that he's had on the Mega Gnar ultis in team fights have been memorable, so they're holding on to that. It's going to be an Akali picked out, but that goes to show, I think, Akali, very flexible. You can pick that with Chippies as well, so it's a nice, that means that the door is wide open for Maryville.
I also just want to call out, this is not a Jinx with a Thresh or a Tahm Kench or even a Lulu. Nothing
True.
that can keep her alive other than just peeling, right? So you get the Akali and the Kaisa that can both just jump on top of Saskio. You're going to have to be very careful about your positioning as the AD carry now.
That's very true. Actually, I completely forgot about that. That's what makes Thresh such a strong champion and why it's been like permanently banned internationally, and of course like has been a hot button topic here, is that it just makes these champions really safe. And in this case, the game's going well, Saskio is thriving. Oh!
What?
A Karthus pickup.
Is this going to be the Doxa Nocturne?
I think it is. I think
Wow.
it is.
So that would be presumably Nocturne into the Akali, depending on where Maryville want to put that one. They lock in the sets, still flexible. We've seen sets in the mid lane against certain matchups, and Nocturne might be one that they want to. Otherwise, yeah, I know they don't put Karthus in a solo lane, right? This is Karthus in the jungle on match point for Winthrop in the championship grand finals. What a draft here from the Winthrop Eagles, throwing the rulebook out the window.
And it is just a straight focus to the bot lane. Evan RL and Shady have had a great series so far. They need to hunker down because they're going to get attacked. It seems like Winthrop had a few more tricks up their sleeves, and they're throwing it to us in the finals.
Man, I love Collegiate League of Legends, Raz. We get these really fun team compositions. Nocturne ulting in, Jinx ulting in, Karthus ulting. Suddenly the backline's blowing up. If anyone's got out of position, they are just dead from the side of Maryville. But Maryville still have a pretty strong team fighting composition and champions that can just delete the Jinx. Feels like a rock, paper, scissors match happening against each other in the game itself. We'll have to see who's able to come out on top here as we are loaded onto Summoner's Rift for the 4th time today. Winthrop University hoping to clinch it right here. Maryville University keeping the dream alive. Give them your energy, everybody. Give them everything you got in Twitch chat. It could all come down to this.
Taking a look at this. We mentioned the Akali being able to dive into the back line. Didn't get to mention Chippy's on set here. Now, Set in this matchup does a good job being able to trade in and also get prio. Of course, it's not bad for Sion. Sion can play this lane out pretty easily, but my concern is more so team fights. Chippy's now has an ulti option, can send the Sion straight into the back line. And Saskio really doesn't have that protection we were just talking about. So we have multiple dive threats here from Maryville. So if you're Winthrop, you can't fall behind. I really don't think it's possible to fall behind. If you do, then Doxa on his Nocturne and Jinx on it would just really kind of suffer.
They have essentially 3 scaling champions here, right? With the Karthus, the Jinx, the Sion. Again,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not even surprised at this point. The level 1 trades, although this might just be a level 1 all-in. Shady has to flash away. Saskio doing a lot of damage with those rockets. You need to respect the Jinx early game damage. It's more than you think.
Yeah, and Kaisa Plasma didn't proc out there, so it's just a net win for Saskio and Sir Kenji. Both summoners coming out, but a summoner's advantage for them too, since Shady did have to flash. So it's going to be an easy level 2 advantage. Good stuff coming in from Saskio and Sir Kenji.
And again, they hit that ward, right? So they can actually do this thing where they take down 2 melee minions, 1 ranged, and then look for the engage, which makes it a little bit faster than Evan RL and Shady can get it. And yeah, they're just giving respect, backing off very far back, giving up contest over that wave. But here's the mid lane matchup. We didn't talk too much about what the lane looks like in the laning phase here. It's an assassin versus, like, basically assassin versus assassin, right? I mean, you can kind of consider Nocturne that, but he really needs that level 6, whereas presumably the Akali can put some pressure on him early.
It's just a very non-interactive lane. I think the Nocturne will win out early in most of these situations because he has the lethal tempo. That being said, before I could even get into that.
Yeah, Orange looking for an early gank on the bottom side. Sir Kenji still has flash, Saskio still has flash, and there's no more CC options available. Sir Kenji's trying to use Orange to get away, but Orange flashes to follow. Oh, from long range! Evan RL getting another kill. Now Saskio gets hooked yet again. He's got a flash too. All summoner spells used from Winthrop bot lane. First blood over to MU.
What a great call from Orange, going straight towards the bot lane, but another gank opportunity
Not
now.
over. Doxa's here, but Chippies roams down for the top lane. Gets over the wall, takes down Doxa.
What an active early game that now throws Maryville so insanely into the lead. Summoners being blown from Saskio, but Frost Forest actually, oh no.
He doesn't stop the back. He doesn't see Evan RL. He's going to go for an invade. He is 1 level up over Orange because Orange went for that early gank, whereas Frost Forest has just been power farming. But can he get prio on the mid lane? Doc's taking a lot of damage. Sir Kenji has roamed up, so should be a blue buff steal.
Something that the observers didn't catch there was that Evan RL had to actually flash, so he didn't finish his bait. The Leona walked into the river and I think caught him. So if he didn't flash there, then the Karthus walks back, gets the kill, so he needed to flash out there. Here is the play. So, pretty easy hook there. Rumble skipped his bot camps, was going top side, and then found this angle bot lane as the wave was going in. It's really smart. And also, just the perfect DPS from the Kaisa to get the kill. 400 gold in his pockets.
And then that hook at the end there, just the cherry on top to get Saskio's flash. Yeah. He doesn't die, but in a really rough position now.
And so, yeah, great roam from Chippies here. It's one of those moments where you just don't call it out. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the case where wave gets pushed in, no vision from the top to the mid lane, but you just don't expect the set to be making the rounds there. So, nice play from Chippies to get an advantage here now for Spyrax.
And that was Doxa thinking that he could take a 1v1 against Spyrax, getting real aggressive like. Now backing, wave's gonna slow push back towards him, so feeling good. The big thing is, Raz, you already said it. If Winthrop get put behind with this composition, it becomes very difficult to come back online. They're already down 1,000 gold at 5 minutes because of those kills going over, so how do they slow this one down?
Let's see. You know, Winthrop has done a good job in this series when they are behind to just find plays and not just rush things. So I'm expecting that a little bit. I'm expecting them to just be patient, right? In this case, Hybrids is not really going to be doing anything. He's not going to be trying anything on towards Chippies. And this is a nice trade play going for Dragon, but oh no.
Saskia hooked yet again. His heel's about to come up. It is Sir Kenji keeping him alive, jumping on to Evan RL. Dragon's being taken by Frost Force this whole time. Evan RL also throws out the heel. Sir Kenji's taking a lot of damage, trying to frontline. I don't think that was the play. He does go down, ignite onto Shady, but he shields himself up and will get out of that one just fine. So 2v2 goes to the favor of MU, but Dragon is picked up by Winthrop.
Generally speaking, everyone should be a part of the same play. And so this is just a situation where Sir Kenji and Saskia just think that they can win the 2v2, and they're wrong. That's fair, right? That's just the risk that they're taking. But I don't think you need to even take that risk. Don't make it awkward for Frost Force, who has no eyes on where the enemy jungler is. In a worse position, he's going to lose out and die in that situation too, if that's going to be Odoran showing his face on Dragon. So those are the type of things you don't want to see. Maryville's still an advantage, but in the end of the day, that's a Dragon there for Winthrop.
Chippy's carrying Hybrids under turret. The Bramble Vest actually gets turret aggro. All right, he walks out just fine. Had ultimate, had flash. Doesn't have to use either, so we'll just back fine. But I like to see this from Chippy. He's trying to force these plays. Oh, he's not going to let him back. That's a huge charged up Q, though. Wow. Scion base damage, everybody.
Yep, hurts. But you see the Chippy's doing a great job this game. I mean, he has the kill from the mid lane play, so that's going to help a little bit as well. With the long sword in tow, but he has a good back. I'm pretty sure he has a decent amount of gold when he does take an opportunity to base. Oh, is it another charge up?
Here. Frost Force is
Is
here.
it another charge up?
He's coming. That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of CC, and Frost Force can join in to clean it up. Chippies, Haymaker not going to be enough. Maybe he can trade on to Frost Forest. Exhaust used. Hybrids gets the kill. I think they wanted to give that over to Frost Force, but the dive on the bot side. Sir Kenji taking a lot up front. He's trying to lock down Shady, but goes way too far forward. Shady picks up another kill.
That's a rough one. A good play from Maryville, but I didn't expect Sir Kenji to E forward. Let the tower do its work on that one, but in the end, that's now going to be the 4th kill for Maryville. There's a lot of plays happening, but I thought the
important
top
to know
play. Go on.
I was just going to say, important to know, Doxa hasn't ulted yet. He hasn't joined in on a play.
Not true. Yeah, we're just kind of making, want to make use of the ultimate there. And that's the thing. That's why I really want Winthrop. I know they're in a disadvantage, so they're finding a difficulty, it's finding it difficult to find a timer. But you do want to play through mid lane and then find a option in bot. But they're being creative. And so that's what I was kind of mentioning, was that the creativity to find that play on towards Chippies was a good job. It's the first step now for Winthrop trying to find a way to come back into this game.
Let's see what Hybrids can do with that gold in his pocket. Still trying to just keep this wave in an even state. Sir Kenji's roamed up to help Doxa shove this wave out. This is what you're just saying, Raz. Push out mid. Now Doxa can get out elsewhere on the map. They have the support, jungler, mid laner, and top laner all linked up here, so maybe a Rift Herald play, but they don't fully commit to it. And with that Pixel Brush control warded, that means Maryville will know that they are not on Rift Herald.
I think this is a good decision from Winthrop that, in my mind, you have your full camps in the bot lane, and you're losing, like, basically 1.5 minions in turret. This is not worth for Rift Herald. You must allow Saskia to farm this up. You also should just farm up your bot side camps, and then you can get Rift Herald afterwards. But I think they corrected well. I think the initial idea was poor.
We see Saskia does miss out on a couple of those, but on the same page as you, Raz. But now Maryville have all the vision control on the pathway up from bot side. Dox has got to be careful here. Shady over the wall, has to flash preemptively. Not going to mess around with that spell shield. Just says, nope, if I die, we lose way too much.
Yeah, these supports, man, I love it. I love the play, and that's going to
They're everywhere.
Doxa using his flash. Exactly. You love to see it. He's trying to find an opportunity to net your team an advantage.
Oh, no. Why do we have to watch Doxa in that moment?
It happens, guys.
It's okay. He doesn't play that much Nocturne. You know, it's difficult to know the AoE sweep and, you know, the correct damage on the minions. But I want to see Doxa ult. I want to see him go for a proactive play. We have not yet seen Winthrop utilize this Nocturne, which in my mind, the point of the Nocturne mid is hit level 5, you go somewhere else. You highlighted bot lane, but we have not seen that happen yet. It's been still Sir Kenji getting out of bot lane to try and back up Doxa, which it's not working out for them. Spyrex is playing way too safe.
Yeah, that's mostly been because of what's happening bot lane to make Evan RL and Shady too strong. And oh no, he's gonna get
Doxa doesn't have flash. Remember from that earlier play, Equalizer does come down. Frost Forest can't back him up. And because of that, I don't think that MU actually want this, even Cyan using the Unstoppable Onslaught. So good thing you got teammates there, Doxa, but I don't think that they get the Rift Herald for this, where that's what Frost Forest started.
Yeah, so there's a lot happening here, but it's just making it difficult for Doxa to start a play. You also saw Sir Kenji lining up around mid lane to see if they can get a pick on a Kali, but that's just not possible as long as her Shroud is available. So yeah, that's just the life here for Doxa.
Man, Shady's going for this play over and over again. Hex flash to that wall, yeah. Doxa just has no control over this. Dragon's up. I feel like MU will probably go for this play right now. They also have the shove on the bottom half of the map. And Winthrop seems to me like their play is just wait for their comp to start to come online. They still have scaling into Karthus and the Jinx, so once they can hit that 1-2 Mythic, that's when they'll probably start contesting a lot of this, especially since they got that first Dragon. So they're not necessarily on a timer right now. But if you give MU too much, they will start to snowball this.
Yeah, I think they're making the right call in trading for a Rift Herald. They just don't want to do too much.
This might be the play. Super Mega Death Rocket plus the combo of Doxa and Sir Kenji. But Doxa will probably be traded here. Spyrax doesn't have the ult yet. It's still on cooldown. Teleport coming in here from Hybrids. Unstoppable Onslaught not available. It's actually canceled. So no teleport in. Shady says maybe we can actually turn this now. I got a healthy AD carry, I got a healthy mid laner, I got the engage out of Sir Kenji, and the burst down, Ignite will be enough. 3-0 on the Nautilus. Shady picking up another one.
Yeah, it's a fat support there. Oh no, that could be a dive.
He goes for it, he goes for it, he takes these! Spyrax with a solo kill on the Doxa.
Clean, and he holds that ultimate as an escape tool. That was so beautiful. It started with Winthrop finding a play to kind of get back into the game, but it ended heavily in an advantage of Maryville. Well done from Spyrax.
Beautifully played. The substitute mid laner coming in the round of 8, semifinals and grand finals up against arguably his stiffest competition yet, getting the solo kill. Let's take another look here. This was Winthrop's play.
A lot of damage, well coordinated from the side of Winthrop, but it's the back half that I'm interested in. Because at this point, when the TP comes through and it does get canceled, I'm like, this is okay from Winthrop. I'm actually happy about this. They got Rift Herald topside and they got the pick on towards Rumble. It's the re-engage from Shady that does it. Getting the kill on Sir Kenji. And once Doxa comes back into the lane, Spyrax finds the opportunity to get on top of him.
Beautifully done. Ults in to line up the shuriken flip. Supreme display, or rather a perfect execution there to get out. Almost got my mid lane ultimates messed up. That would have been awkward. But here we go. Potential dive onto Evan RL on the bottom side. Winthrop University want to find another play for their troubles, but they got to make this work fast because there's multiple members of MU nearby. They don't even kill Evan RL. Sir Kenji and Frost Forest are way too far forward. Maybe the Requiem will be enough. It does take down Evan RL. Out Orange and Shady are very low on health. Chippies has joined in on the fight. A lot of damage onto Saskio, but he will go down too. Saskio picking up that kill. Doxa and Spyrex. Okay, Doxa was looking for the engage. He was like, can I help out the team? Maybe not against the level 11 Akali, but still, Winthrop turning that play around and actually pulling it off.
Yeah, it was a 2 for 2. But you take that if you're Winthrop at this point of the game. And so, gold's now being put on towards Saskio and Frost Force, who got that ultimate kill on towards Evan RL. So, game is turning into a scrap, and it's, bit by bit, I think, working out for Winthrop.
They are hanging in there, right? I mean, with the composition and the gold lead that Maryville had, this is kind of the halt to the snowball. It felt like things were going in their favor. They were just going to keep going, Maryville. But if you're Winthrop and you pull a play like this and make it work, this is how you come back.
Yeah, the Jinx ultimate coming through. Evan RL dodges it. You can't dodge a Karthus ultimate. That's just going to hit you in the head. another note, Chippy is trying to re-engage, tried to get on top of Saskio, but is still behind another piece of range. So that's not going to be the case, and also just didn't have the damage anyways. Akali wasn't a part of that fight. So overall, bit of confusion from the side of Maryville, and Winthrop takes advantage of it.
I mean, can you fault them for being confused? They're like, wait a minute, we have a 2.5K gold lead. Why are they diving us under our own bot turret onto the semi-fed Kai'Sa right now? But Winthrop, that's just the team they are. You know, they will go for these plays. They'll look for it. If we remember from game 2, they were also behind, but they found that miracle play to come back. Now in game number 4, still up in the series. They just got to hold on a little longer. They have the Jinx. They have the Karthus. And the Sion, these late-game scaling champions that will just become almost impossible for MU to deal with if they can hit these big item power spikes.
Yeah, and remember, like we mentioned momentum, a lot of it comes down to the fact that Maryville realized that team fighting is working for them. So moving towards that, Chippy's now going to a set, towards more team fight options, is helping them out. He has 2 kills to his name here, having a pretty good game, and is close to being able to pick up his stride breaker. All these things, while Maryville has a slight lead, that's where that hopium from the Maryville fans coming in play.
They still have, okay, right as I say that, their gold lead has pretty much disappeared. Dead even.
There he goes.
2 turrets over to the side of Winthrop is the big lead right now, but they also have the inside track of this dragon. Maryville, look at this. They actually have no path in. They have no vision in. They have an Akali flank, so maybe if they can find the right fight, the right engage, Saskio can get deleted here by Spyrex, but now Spyrex is spotted out, so the jig is up. They just got to make sure that this Jinx stays alive. Jinx stays safe. Here we go. Chippy's looking for the engage. Does take down Frost Force, but again, that is the Karthus. He can stay alive, still do damage. Winthrop University kind of blowing up here, but maybe they can turn it. Saskio still alive. He's still untouched. Orange tries to take him down, but he cannot. Saskio with a double kill. Evan RL, the only member left from MU, has to retreat. That's dragging over to Winthrop.
The damage from Karthus and Jinx is just way too damn high. That's Leandri's picked up with Karthus. I have to figure out if that's before or after, but in the end of the day, that is just the fact. Chippies goes in for an engage, and I know we'll see the full fight, and it's also Spyrax that dives through, but you know, Shady and Auto Orange are just getting obliterated in these fights, and so it's getting harder and harder as the game goes on with Winthrop's composition.
Tough when you don't have a big front line, right? Like, Chippy's, when he's in, he can't keep everybody safe, but here's that engage you're talking about.
So let's just see here, because Chippies does dive in, gets the kill on towards Karthus, but then the Karthus ultimate, man, and of course Jinx does set up the kill on towards Chippies as well.
Yep. And also, even onto Spyrex. Spyrex tried his best to get on top of Saskio, but I think he jumped in onto Flame Chompers. I'm pretty sure Saskio dropped Flame Chompers, and Spyrex ulted directly on top of them, and then Saskio just blew him up. So it's those micro little misplays in these team fights that, yeah, if Saskio's not touched, he can actually output a lot of damage here. So big momentum swing for Winthrop, not in necessarily gold, but just in confidence and in objectives. They get that dragon, now they're going to get a Rift Herald for their trouble.
Yeah, the dreaded word here is scaling. Winthrop has here with the Jinx and Karthus, and of course Sion scales quite well in a team fight. It's really difficult for Maryville. You mentioned it in the really early portions of the game. I was concerned about how Saskio would be able to deal with diving threats, and he's doing quite well. And also, even if he does die, the threat that's there from Karthus has to be respected.
And if you kill Karthus first, guess what? He still does damage. So not even the best engage choice there. But Chippies has to take what he can get. There's a lot of kiteback potential here that we didn't necessarily mention because of the CC from Leona and Sion, Jinx with her Flame Chompers. And Saskio's positioning incredibly far back. It's frustrating for MU to get on top of because Odd Orange throws out that equalizer, but it's not in range of Saskio. Spyrex has to use everything to get on top of him. And beautiful positioning from WU.
Yeah.
Gets them an advantage right now of momentum swing in their favor, but how does MU keep this one in their pocket right now, Raz? It's not out of the bag yet. They have to win this one to bring us to that game 5.
For Winthrop, dragon stacking. They're already up to second dragon. Next one's going to be Soul Point, and at that point, Maryville has to always fight into them. I think Maryville would really benefit playing continually the side lanes. I think right now their lane allocation's great. Having Akali top lane. Oh, wait a minute. Silence seems to be mirroring Zoxa here. Shroud's already been used by Spyrax, so these type of things you have to worry about if he gets picked on side. But in general, these lane assignments I love. So you can find, you know, Chippies and Spyrax in a position where you can get a kill on Doxa or Hybrids early. But Rift Herald's coming out, and I think that's going to be made difficult.
They might just break this middle turret. Let's see if Winthrop actually want to commit to it. Yeah, they do. They send Saskio with all the tanks in front. Equalizer will go down. It does some damage, and it will keep the turret safe. All right. Maryville University hold their mid lane turret. They do not want to give up this mid pressure against Winthrop. And hey, I mean, holding on, that's not too bad right now. I just want to give a highlight here quick, Raz, before the next fight breaks out. Saskio's been having an incredible performance. I think that he's one of the players that kind of gets overlooked because it's like, oh, the Doxa diff meme that we love to highlight when Doxa pops off. Frost Forest and Sir Kenji constantly roaming to mid lane, helping him out. Even Hybrid's having that breakout performance in game 2. But Saskio, I think silently throughout this whole series, has been looking very solid, and especially now, all the pressure on his shoulders pretty much as this Jinx to stay alive in these fights, not put that damage. And I mean, you can't ask for a better AD carry to put that pressure on.
Absolutely. I mean, even in their previous series in the round of 16 against Riverside, or in the round of 8 versus Buffalo, yeah, Saskio's consistently been a strong member. It's just one of those situations where in the meta, there's not a lot of agency in the AD carry, and they're at the beck and call of what's happening with their mid, support, and jungle. But he's always been a strong performer. So it's a well-rounded team. That's why they're at match point. It's not just on one or two members. It's the squad that's coming in hot for this for Winthrop.
Anyone calling this a fluke clearly has not been paying attention to collegiate League of Legends. Winthrop University are a legitimate threat and have been throughout the entire season, whether it's collegiate, whether it's amateur. And they're showing this by pushing MU to their limits right now. It's a dead even game, right? This one can still go either way, but when you're up in the series, Winthrop University have a little more confidence thinking, okay, we can play safe. We don't have to force anything right now. They have the inside track of this drag, and can they keep it?
Chippy's in a damn good position, by the way, for a flank. He's just waiting for a right call. Maryville are trying to find access into this objective, and their answer is going to be Chippy's here.
Saskio has to be very careful. Dox is positioning very far back because he wants to ult into the fight, but there's no tanks on Saskio, so if Chippies can get onto him, he might not be able to kill Saskio, but that means that Jinx isn't outputting any damage in the fight, right? And I think that's the big win for Maryville if they can find that, because he's still not spotted. They do have that one control ward, though, so they will see if he walks up, and they know he's not bot lane. So Winthrop are like, okay, there's something going on here.
Get your investigative caps. They just don't want to fully commit to the dragon, because even if they get soul, they just lose, or soul point.
Oh,
you don't want to just lose the fight. Here he comes.
Okay, oh, but he's stopping on the ward. He sees Saskio, though. Now he goes in. He grabs Saskio. He grabs the AD carry. Saskio's in a lot of trouble. He's out of the fight. Spyrex got him. The dragon is secured here, but can Winthrop win the rest of it? Doxa, along with Frost Force, do take down Spyrex. Can they get Evan RL? They do. That's a shutdown to Doxa. Chippy's chasing out Sir Kenji. Will take him down. It's Doxa. Frost Force untouched. I think that Winthrop can actually turn this fight. They will win this one, but a huge double kill to Chippies. Maybe MU can still win this. Chippy is very low, will fall to hybrids, but he makes it an even trade.
Look at how close these fights are. Like you said, Saskio getting burned down by set flank, Akali ultimate, everything rained down upon him. But Frost Forest is still dishing out damage, and they're going to be able to get not only soul point, but the mid lane turret as well. That is still a W for Winthrop University.
That was the problem with that positioning. Even if they see Chippies coming, Saskio can't position correctly.
There he is. I mean, didn't have the flash for it afterwards, of course, having to burn it there. And Spyrax, of course, dying on the back half after fully engaging, does show the audience members, show the enemy team that Karthus is still a beast in this fight. And so, this is just a big win for Winthrop. Even with how strong Chippies is right now and how good of engagement is, you know, you have to fight against Soul now in the next team fight.
I don't believe that was Soul picked up, actually. I think that was just Soul point. Yeah, that's a third dragon there for Winthrop.
That's what I mean. Next fight was Soul, so
yeah,
Maryville has to be able to fight against that, and it's going to be difficult. It's still a neck-and-neck game. It's a really close one.
And the crazy thing is, they got onto Saskio, but like you said, Frost Forest This Karthus, he still earns 2. I mean, he's got even more gold than Saskio right now with 2 items completed, 10 stacks on Dark Seal. Will he get the Mejais? I think you go for it at this point, but at the same time, you are Karthus, so kind of your job to die occasionally. So maybe he won't
Just
fully
off
invest
principle, I'd do it. Just off
It's like,
principle.
I honestly, they kind of drafted a whole comp for that, right? Like, if you're Scion, you die, you're like, it's kind of for the team, right? If you're Karthus, you die, you're like, I played for the fight. They have so many extra lives here, especially when you factor in now the Zonias that are coming into the comps. But also on the side of Maryville, they got Zonias on both Odd Orange and Spyrax, so they're ready to fight too.
Something you just noticed, of course, is that, Kaisa using her W just to be able to see if they're on Baron. The Baron is this composition from Winthrop just obliterates the objective.
Yeah.
So it's very realistic for Maryville to be aware of that. I mean, afraid of that. And so fighting for vision here, getting anything you can, not giving Winthrop an opportunity.
Well, they have the vision control right now, but I don't think that Maryville's really in a position to threaten it, right? They don't have the comp that will burn it down as fast. And they also then have to deal with a Scion ulting in, Nocturne ulting in, a lot of AoE abilities that Winthrop can throw at them. So they are not going to commit to this. They just want to make sure that they have the vision priority around the area and are controlling these waves. But I like what Hybrids did here. He's slow pushing the bot side and now just walking to group up with his team. Even though he has TP to join in if a fight breaks out, he's just walking to help them out here. Saskio almost completed the back, but not doing it.
They're doing it right now. They finally get to see this, so team fight's gonna break out.
Leon ultimate, Scion ultimate, that's gonna be a big knockup, but okay, there goes Golden, the jungler. Dox onto the backline. Saskio dealing with Spyrax right now, has to position correctly. Dox is buying so much time, 1v3, but he will fall down. Saskio's out of the fight again! It's Evan Orel that takes him down this time, but yet again, Frost Force on the Karthus is the real damage threat here. He's doing so much on this jungle pick. Evan Orel's trying to take down Sir Kenji. Frost Force barely still alive, barely in this one. He still has his passive. Even if he dies, he's fine, but he's not going to. Evan Orel, he does get knocked up here. Frost Force might look for this. There's the close. They're trying to chase him down. Evan Orel's in trouble. He will fall. Shut down to Sir Kenji. And Winthrop University win the fight.
A crucial mistake there. And now with Evan RL down, 35-second death timer. They're not going to go for it now, but that is Soul coming up in 40 seconds.
Wow.
It seems like he's going to be there on time to at least look to contest, but that's going to be a huge advantage for Winthrop in positioning.
That's third item completed for Frost Force. I was checking to see if he goes for the Mejais. He didn't. He does not want to commit to that one, but he does get that Void Staff completed. So...
There.
Oh, they are ready to fight right now. Winthrop University's composition is so difficult for Maryville to deal with. They've successfully killed Saskio the last 2 fights, but they have to deal with Frost Force. They have to deal with Doxa. It's hard for them to focus on multiple fronts.
Yeah, and look, Flash is up for Saskio, so if this dive ever happens again, he will have the ability to respond.
Dragon Soul.
Maryville has to find this fight.
Sir Kenji's the one engaged on. Spyrax tries to jump in, but he's getting CC locked, CC chain. He's on to Saskio. He takes him out yet again. Spyrax, every single fight is doing his job. But who's dealing with Frost Force? Chippy's trying to jump on him. Can they chain CC? The jungler. Karthus still putting damage. Evan Orel pretty much untouched in this fight. He's raining lots of damage as the Kaisa, but Chippy's is down. They don't have a front line. Evan Orel's got to be careful. He's running away now. Avoids the CC from Sir Kenji. They're kiting back successfully, but man, Karthus Skittles hurt. Almost half health in Odd Orange with a single one.
No
Requiem
way.
coming down. That's going to kill Shady. Odd Orange goes golden to stay alive, but Evan Orel's burning. They don't want to give over the Dragon Soul, but I don't think that they have a choice. Winthrop University, they're going to get this. Unless there's a miracle steal. Oh, that's a teleport. Evan Orel is so screwed. Odd Orange is here too. Doxa doesn't have ultimate, but they're going to chase them down. That's Dragon Soul. This is 2 members of MU that have no escape options. Oh, Winthrop University. They're getting everything right now. This is their series point. They're up 2-1. They're in a fantastic position to close this one out.
Yeah, the Eagles are soaring sky high after that one. They just needed that one fight. A lot happened there, but cast your mind back to the very beginning. Saskio assassinated. Had flashed up, but it was Spyrax that found the target. But Frost Forest was able to just clean up with the crew. Doxa was a huge asset as well, had TP to come back into the play. That's Soul. That's Baron. and that's Winthrop at match point looking to put the dagger in Maryville.
He got the mesh ice res. Frost Forest is feeling it now. 8-2-8 on the Karthus. Absolute breakout performance here from the jungler. Wow, I don't think many people expected this to be the series. This to be Maryville versus Winthrop. This to be Winthrop finding Chippies alone in a side lane yet again in a crucial moment in the game. It's taken 5 members, but they do take down the top laner of Maryville.
Remember, 30 minutes into the game, that's a 45-second death timer. They're going to be able to get a lot out of that one. But just take a look at this fight. Spyrax actually just straight balls in this fight. Look at it, look at it. He finds the angle in his E to assassinate Saskios. But when he goes stopwatch, he's alone. He's an instant kill right afterwards. Meanwhile, Karthus is still able to dish out DPS. Chippies is taking 3 damage with just no follow-up immediately afterwards. Evan RL is just not enough damage to kind of make up for the loss of a colleague. And then I love Frostborn is like, all right, you know what? Take a step back, guys. I'm gonna channel my ultimate. Odd Orange is able to survive as Zonias, but down goes Shady. Such a great team fight from Winthrop overall.
And the TP from Doxa to make sure they had no escape routes. Winthrop University, this is it. Can they close it out right now with Baron, with Dragon Soul, with a gold lead? They've wrestled it back from Maryville University, who had a very strong early showing here in this game number 4, but maybe not enough. They're not out yet, though. They got the red carpet rumble. They got the Nautilus CC. They have assassinated Saskio at the beginning of every fight. They got to do just a little bit more, though. They're not out yet, but it's looking dire. And we do see a reset from Winthrop, so they're not going to end right here.
You know what the sad news is for all, Maryville compatriots, is that Saskio didn't even use his flash in that line. Yeah, sure, a mistake was made, but now he still has the defensive tool, so Spyrax is not even gonna, 100-0 him in the next fight if it plays out well. So it's tough. You also have Ocean Soul, so Kaisa is not gonna be having a good time. DPS is gonna be very limited. There's a lot of sustain here from Winthrop, so yeah.
You gotta get past hybrids. You gotta get past this Scion. We've seen Maryville, that last fight at least, they were trying to focus on the Scion, but like you said, they just don't have the DPS for it. I feel like it's got to be Evan RL and Spyrax getting on top of Saskio, taking him out right away together, and then taking out Frost Forest. You need to kill this Karthus because he's staying alive for way too long. I get it, he dies, he still does damage, but if he's alive, he does more. So eventually, you do have to kill him.
Yeah, I know we talked about the scaling factor of Jinx and Karthus already. Soul isn't going to help, and on top of that, that means that it's a bit of a snowball because now you have to itemize against it. A lot of the gold that you're already kind of fighting for have to turn into an Executioner's. So triple Grievous Wounds coming through from Odd Orange, Spyrax, and Evan RL, because if they get in a fight, it's necessary. But you're already in the hole and you need damage. It's just going to be a tough one. I think they need to find a pick.
Kings are backed into the corner. Maryville, they were looking to make it 3. They were looking to be the most dominant collegiate program of all time. Maybe they can find the engage here, but no, it's actually just going to be a pick as the Odd Orange has no backup from the rest of his team. TP committed, Doxa ult committed. That's an easy pick for Winthrop.
Yeah, not the team that I was thinking would get the pick or want to get the pick on that one. Now Winthrop should easily get this inhibitor. 30-second death timer on here on Odd Orange. You can't make one more mistake. If one more member dies, they can. They very well can. I don't think they should. But if one person dies, that should be game.
Chippies was topside. I thought maybe they at least try and force him to TP back or just back off of that wave. But you're right. They just take the inhibitor, breaking open that base. Elder Dragon spawning in under a minute. So if they can back, spend a little bit more gold, catch control of that top wave, this should be an objective. It's going to be Maryville. It'll come down to this dragon fight, right? Like, I'm willing to call it right now. If Maryville don't get this Elder Dragon, that should be game over for Winthrop. They should have such a massive lead with their scaling advantage. So how do Maryville make sure that that does not happen?
Here's the thing. Winthrop do not want to coin flip it. It is suicidal to want to coin flip on an Elder Dragon and giving Maryville their only opportunity back into the game. So use it as a team fight tool. Maryville wants to run towards it and wants to force this 50-50. Just straight focus on the team fight. That's what I want to see out of Winthrop.
Multiple members of Winthrop grouping around. They don't have the inside track of the vision, but they do have some deep flanking wards. No TPs to use those flanks. Look at the minions pushing bot side. This is Maryville just admitting, yeah, we're not going to catch that bot wave. We have to be here at Dragon. Are they gonna, there's no way they started up, right? They can't commit to
They
this.
have to. I think Maryville has to.
Chippy's getting 1v1 by Doxa. All right, Maryville are starting the Dragon up. Hybrids, where does he look for the engage right here? Sir Kenji's walking forward. Saskio doesn't really have any threats on him right now because Chippy's is being dealt with by Doxa. This is beautiful positioning from Winthrop.
Yeah, he's marking Chippies in a really good manner. And the longer this goes, the better it is for Winthrop. He's just straight soloing him.
He might just take down Chippy's on his own. The Rec Room's coming in. I think Chippy's is going to die from this red carpet out of nobody. Saskio's untouched. They cannot get on the Jinx. The fight's just going to be over. Winthrop University are shredding through Maryville. Saskio still has the flash. Spyrex cannot take him down this time around. At least the shutdown. They got Frost Forest. He got the Mesh Eyes, and he does die for it, but Winthrop University will win the fight. It's just Spyrex left up. There's no way he cannot defend. Winthrop University did it. They found their play. They're going to march this wave in. Spyrex will have to make the hero play to end all hero plays. He's in the smoke, but he's not going to find it. He doesn't have ult. He doesn't have summoner spells. The Nexus turrets are falling. Maryville held the crown, but the Eagles bow to no kings. Winthrop University are your League of Legends 2021 Collegiate Champions.
Against all odds, and only those from Winthrop Eagle fans believing in them, these are your champion, King Hybrids, Frost Forest, Doxa, Saskio, and Sir Kenji.
Wow.
These players did it for him.
What a roster of gamers to take the championship to the kings of collegiate. Maryville were doing their best to stay in that one, but Winthrop are the new reigning champs. All hail the new kings of collegiate from the Southern Conference, dominating their region. The highest scoring collegiate team in the Proving Ground circuit. I'll say it again. They're competing with the top of amateur, and now they have solidified themselves as the best collegiate team in 2021. What a season.
It's crazy. A lot of players that you gotta be able to put on that pedestal. I know everybody's gonna be coming out and spamming Doxa diff, but I'm looking at Frost Forest, Hybrids, Saskio in these team fights. It was tough, but he managed. This game, that Karthus was humongous. Frost Forest getting MVP of the previous series. I wonder who gets MVP of this one, but it was a full team effort that won them this series versus Maryville.
Every single player on Winthrop had a pop-off performance. We saw the Doxa carry. We saw the Hybrids carry. We saw the Frost Force Saskio carry. We saw Sir Kenji doing his classic thing, roaming around the map, impacting everything. This was Winthrop at their peak, and they are our new collegiate champions. The story of this team was so fun to follow throughout the whole season. It's usually the North that's considered the best region, right? Like, oh, their conference is insane. It's Maryville, and then maybe they're going to compete against another Northern Conference team in the finals, right? But we see this Southern Conference team coming in here from Winthrop and just decimating through their conference, decimating through collegiate, and showing that, nope, they are the kings. And it's a good story. I know a lot of people behind the scenes. They worked so hard. The players worked so hard, and to see them get this means so much to them.
That's why I want to see those players and how they feel after a win like this. Because if I remember, if I'm not mistaken, like Saskio, like I think this was his last shot in terms of like going through CLOL. Things like these, stories like these, where you want to put it all on the line because you don't know what's going to happen in the next semester. You don't know what's going to happen in the next year. And Saskio being with the team for a while, with the university for some time, you want to be able to go the full distance. And they did that and then some, winning that championship. These are the memories that you hold on to for the rest of your life.
2017, Saskio wins with Maryville in the top lane. 2019, he roll swaps to AD carry so they can have Niles in the top lane. Still wins the championship. Now on a different team, still roll swap to AD carry. Saskio, this is his third championship title. Doxa, TSM Amateur Doxa, just one Collegiate. This is absolutely insane. Winthrop Eagles have
That's in the
risen to
resume.
the channels, risen to the challenge, and are the new kings of Collegiate League of Legends. It's a new day in league history, everybody. The old kings are dead, and Winthrop reigns supreme. After the break, Saskio, the three-peat champion, will be on the State Farm Analyst desk. You will not want to miss it, so don't touch that browser. We'll be right back after this.
Welcome back to the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. We officially have our new champions. Winthrop Eagles taking down the reigning champions in Maryville University. And hey, if there is any player that is familiar with both of these teams, it is the one that we have joining us on the desk currently. We've got Saskio coming to us straight from the bot lane. First things first, Saskio, what an amazing series we just witnessed. You took a lot of people off guard. Can you just tell me a bit about your team's reaction to being the new champions of CLO?
Yeah, so everybody right now, we're all pretty ecstatic. After we won, Hermit, our coach, and Bo, our manager, came running in, and we all started jumping up and down, hugging each other. You can hear the people who aren't here through Discord. They're all screaming from their computers, and it was just a good time after we won.
Yeah, I love being able to hear that other, kind of background noise, that support that you have, not just on your location, but we have heard so much about the support in the chat from a lot of the fans out there. Can you tell us a bit more about how that feels, kind of whether it is the actual system and the team that you're working with, those coaches, but also the fans out there that have been along for the ride?
Yeah, I would say the fans do play a big role in us trying much harder, because when we see in chat, you see Doxadiff, you see that Pepe guy like dancing back and forth. You see you see Throppers out, something along those lines. Those are all really funny memes, and it really gives us the motivation we need to push through each game that we play.
And for you, pushing through to this very moment, it is a very unique journey. You came into this championship series already being a champion yourself, having won the title twice under the Maryville banner. Now you find yourself in your final semester here at WU, your opportunity to grab another one. How does it feel to be the first to have acclimated 3 different titles within your college career?
I'll be honest, it hasn't really hit me yet that I just won, but it definitely feels really good being in collegiate for the past 6 years and coming out on top and having something to show for it, winning 3 collegiate championships. So overall, I'm just really happy that I graduated, I won collegiate, I put all the hard work in with me and my team, and we came out on top at the end of the day.
Graduating in itself is always something very worthy of celebration. So I think grabbing a championship title on your way out as well, it's just infinite excitement, I'm sure, for you and your loved ones out there. We are also going to have you continue staying with us on the desk as we go through some moments from this game. It was an exciting one because we weren't exactly sure how it was going to shake out, but TJ, WU definitely came through strong in some of those team fights early.
Right, everybody played their part. They all had a really good role to play. Saskia, here in this play, the game wasn't really decided at this point. You were still a little bit farther behind. What were you guys feeling at this moment? How were the comms? What was the mentality like?
We were very calm. All we had to do was just control the dragon area, wait for them to walk in, as every CLL team has been doing to us. And once they finally walked in, we can look for the engage, and we'll simply win because they're the ones entering into our vision.
That's a great point.
Having that
With
information
that,
ahead. Go ahead.
So that's a great point. You guys drafted your comp. You guys took the exhaust on the Karthus. You guys played very well around that idea. What did you feel a lot of personal stress as a result of being on a Jinx and a mobile carry against the likes of Set, Akali, etc.?
Yeah, so our team, we were always constantly stressing about where's Akali, where's Set? He hasn't been on the map for like forever. So we're constantly looking around for him, making sure I don't get flanked. And they did end up getting a couple of flanks on us, but ultimately the rest of my team were able to hunker down and carry me, even though I died at the start of the fight.
And so along with this, there was another fight kind of around the 3rd Drake that you guys are playing for. And in a lot of these fights, you were doing these kind of trade kills, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it benefits you guys, right? So you can have these scrappy fights all the time. And even if you're the one dying to the Akali, which I'm sure you're having a really fun game this game, you're always on the lookout for the Set flank on the Akali flank. These kind of trade kills do work in favor of your comp, right?
Yeah, ultimately, if they're the ones blowing everything to come in and kill me, my teammates will normally clean everything up after because we have a lot of constant damage coming from Karthus, the Nocturne, and Leona. So even if they do go on me, the enemy team should end up dying because they're the ones going into us, and Karthus really excels when they enter into him.
There were a lot of those fights, kind of especially as the game was going on, where we saw the Karthus ultimate having such an impact. But I think even with that considered, there were some very close calls where we didn't know how things were going to shake out. I do want to draw your attention specifically to the fight that went into Ocean Soul, because on our end, this felt like it was going to determine who was going to win the game. Did you feel that alongside the rest of your team?
In this fight, I didn't feel too much pressure, obviously, until I died. But once we saw that Akali was dead and we had a nice clean front to back, ultimately it did end up going in our favor. So we just played out the fight, and my team just carried this fight, and we ended up getting Ocean Soul, I believe.
Yeah, and I want to shout out Hybrid's positioning here at the start of that fight. I think he did a really great job of sitting in that choke, along with the Karthus W, just stopped 4 members, single-handedly, 4 members of MU that just stood there and sat waiting for the Karthus wall or the Scion to back off, along with the Jinx traps, while Akali went in for you. I think the positioning of all of you was really good in that fight, and unfortunately, you just happened to be the AD carry player against the Akali.
Yep, buff ADC.
So continuing along that route, it's very easy to praise the Karthus for the big ult or the Jinx for the very good positioning. I'm wondering, is there anything they'd like to say to Hybrids in terms of saying like, oh yeah, like thanks bro for being the big tank in front of me and letting me play the game, like really good job? Or do you think it was all you?
I feel like, so I want to say this about myself. I feel like I'm a player past their expiration point in playing competitive League of Legends. I just want to give a huge shout out to each and every single one of my teammates. We have Hybrids. He has improved immensely over the past semester. He's become a beast top laner, and I'm pretty sure he's going to go very far. Frost Force, he's like the glue that holds the whole team together, and he's the one that takes a lot of flame. As you guys can see him, he's right there doing his little dances. I think Doxa, I'm going to say this about Doxa. I think he is the best mechanical player in North America, period. No questions asked. And I think Sir Kenji is a very good support who plays really good engages, and he has a keen eye for when people are overstepping, and he takes advantage of it really well. So I want to give a huge shout out to my team. They've all done an amazing job over the semester.
Speaking of your teammates, and there's one in particular that you just mentioned dancing around in the background, we're going to grant him another opportunity to keep dancing, because when it comes to player of the series, Frost Forest for the second series in a row has been named that. I can already hear the excitement. I'm sure the message
He's dancing.
has been
He's dancing. Calm down,
relayed. The complete raw energy that we get in that moment is just so great. And you were just talking about how much he is the glue to this team. Is it coming from a perspective of leadership and making the calls, or is it kind of those intangibles with the, keeping everyone's spirits high between games?
Well, as the jungler, you're the one that usually takes all the flames. So he does that, first of all. But second of all, he just has a lot of synergy with Sir Kenji, and they both take the reins of shot calling and make sure that our team can all get on the same page and make sure we're working towards one goal as a team.
And the goal that you accomplished today, obviously achieving the championship title, there's a bit more weight to it. We already mentioned the fact that you and Hybrids have served on Maryville before, but I think even on a higher level, you're familiar with the fact that Maryville is a very developed, team that they have over there, the support system. I think there's a lot of shared respect between the two teams here, but how does that impact the way that you and the rest of Winthrop feel about this victory, considering you were facing against a reigning champion organization here?
Well, when I came here to Winthrop, we definitely didn't have the infrastructure and environment to match up to Maryville. But once we brought in the players and we brought in coaching staff, I want to give a huge shout out to our shadow coach, Hermit, who used to work with Origin and United. Especially when he came in, he definitely brought like a presence that made everyone just listen to him, and he had really good strategy and drafting and really helped propel us to come out on top on a lot of these games through the end of Proving Grounds and even all of CLOL. So that's a huge shout out to Hermit.
Thank you. I appreciate you shouting out your team. So Sasuke, I have a question for you personally. You played CLOL, you've graduated now with your master's degree. What's next for you personally? You said you were beyond your expiration date. What does it look like for you?
Yep. Okay, so there's a couple options for sure. Obviously working, but all that does sound kind of a little boring, I'm going to be honest. A lot of people are going to be surprised about this, but I'm interested in going down the path of full-time streaming. So now I've made my parents happy. I've completed my education. I want to do something for myself, and I have a lot of interest in content creation and streaming. So I'm looking to full-time stream and potentially just start coaching a lot and start posting some ideas on YouTube that I haven't seen other League people post. So definitely look out for that.
So are you going to be more focused on that kind of wacky stuff you've done before, like the infamous Yumi with your feet combo, or are you going to be more focused on kind of gameplay, high-level strategy kind of content?
I'll definitely be focused on all over the place. So I'll be going into gameplay. I will do that Yumi Draven thing again, playing 2 accounts at once, but mostly just branching out and doing stuff that other people haven't done yet. So that's what I'm looking forward to do.
College degrees under his belt, aspirations for content, a true jack of all trades that we have here in Saskia. I'm so happy to be able to hear from you after this series. I know you've already shouted out your teammates and such, but I do want to give you the last opportunity to give that shout out to anyone that you feel in this moment of joy.
Yeah. So I already shouted out all my team and coach. I want to give a big shout out to Bo, who is our manager. He's done a lot for me ever since I got here. Shout out to Emily, who's our manager, planning all our scrims. Shout out to Gin Shanghai, also known as Matt, for just being a hype man and joking around with us. And I want to give a shout out to Maryville University. They put in a lot of work and they've done a really good job, and their program will definitely continue to go far. So shout out to them too. Oh, and Clerky, and too.
There you go. Both Winthrop and Maryville, I think we can all agree, have a lot to be proud of after today, making it to this point. And Saskia, I want to thank you again for stopping by to join us on this desk after this victory, and congratulations on the biggest of W's.
Thank you very much.
For everybody that is watching, that is the end of our CLOL journey. But you can always catch more League of Legends with the continuation of Proving Ground starting tomorrow back up. And we have LCS Summer kicking off on Friday, June 4th. You don't want to miss any of that. But that is going to do it for us here at the 2021 College League of Legends Championship. Congratulations again to both Maryville University for making it this far and Winthrop University Eagles for crowning themselves the next king of the college scene. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire remote broadcast crew, thank you so much for tuning in. Until next time, my friends, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.
Yo, man, look at me, man. I got all the jewels. Look at my shoes, man. I'm sharp. Man, I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I'm in love with a girl that I call old school. Sipping on my brandy, I'm feeling brand new. Got the feather in my hat because I'm just that cool. You peeping at my alligators bent kinda slow. They peeping at me pimping cause I got all the game. And even if the day change, it's all the same. You rolling up the block, but you in the wrong lane. You hating on a brother, man, you must be insane. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. I look good. I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good. I look good. Come on. Joe said that I'm the best in the West. I got the girls saying, damn, look at how he dressed. No need to guess, just bless my finesse. I keep him in a mess, all up in this caress. Jeans, fitted, shirt, knitted. Man, she need to quit it, she already did it. She gotta be Latina cause she look mixed with it. She all up on me, so I guess she gonna get it. I look good, I look good. I look exactly the way you wish you could. I look good, I look good.